Okay, we should be live. I think I am streaming at the correct resolution, correct bitrate, everything. Okay, we are going to be discussing PC builds. For those of you that are considering upgrading this summer, I know the back to school shopping is going to start happening here real soon. So we will be going over that. Yeah, I would say overall, the, where is it here? Is this it? No, it's not showing up. Where's the, here it is. Okay. So, it is kind of weird how X870 is delayed. Because I honestly feel like X870 would have been the go-to budget option for a lot of these different builds. But with that being said, I mean there are some pretty good motherboards available today. Some of them have USB 4. Some of them have the ability to add USB 4. So it really just depends on your own personal build, like what particular hardware you would need. But yeah, we're gonna be doing a lot of that here shortly. So I guess what we're gonna do is we're gonna treat this live stream as how I used to do Tech Thursdays, where I would start by playing a game, and then when viewers start coming in, when the regulars start showing up, then we would shift to talk about the main topic. So in this stream, the main topic is going to be building new PCs using Zen 5, the latest and greatest CPUs that are coming out in like what, it's a little less than 2 weeks. I know it got delayed. Review samples are probably in transit now to reviewers, so it's definitely delayed. I don't really understand the reason why it was delayed, because what I can tell you is it's not going to be any serious hardware problem, because if it was a hardware problem, it would be way more than a 2-week delay. But yeah, we're dealing with a delay here. So, but the motherboards were delayed, as far as I'm concerned. I consider the motherboards delayed. The only reason why I can think of the motherboards being delayed is because the USB 4 requirement, some of the... I wonder if the laptops use the same USB 4 chipset. I don't think they do. I think that a lot of the laptops actually have their own native USB 4 that goes directly to the CPU. I don't think the laptops require an as media chipset to allow USB 4 functionality. This will probably be like the only thing I do in this game, and then we'll probably switch to a different game. Or, well, what we're really gonna do is we're gonna be showing like different like PC part picker things here in a little bit. But I thought I would just do this while waiting for the viewers to come into the stream. Yeah, for those that are playing Final Fantasy XIV, Savage is next week. It does start Tuesday. I'm not prepared to do Savage, to be honest. Like, I'm probably not going to do it, at least not when it's new. I'll wait for the people that are going to do Worlds first to figure out the clear, get all the strategies out. I've just become too much of a casual to even bother trying to do Worlds first, or not even Worlds first, trying to do it for week 1, right? Like, I don't even do week 1 Savage, because I ain't got time for that. I mean, that's all I can say, man. If you've got time to play and toughen it out, especially if you have a static. I don't have a static for this game. I haven't had a static since like Heavensward. So, and Gordius was pretty tough. That was pretty brutal back then. That was before they even figured out like proper minimum item levels for raids. Because I still remember Bismarck Extreme didn't even have a minimum item level requirement. So you had people that would just show up in like level 57 gear. And it was bad. It was bad, trust me. Hey Ross Greg with the sub, appreciate it. Not sure if you're watching live. A lot of my viewers, a lot of the people that sub while I'm live actually are not in the stream. Unfortunately, they are watching a YouTube video that I posted and they're subbing off of that. I mean, I get it, it's cool, whatever. Probably get out of the way of this giant elephant. But yeah, if I was gonna build Zen 5, because I know someone's gonna ask this, and they're probably gonna ask it again. Hey McCaver, what's going on? Hey Matt, what's going on, people? Okay, we got some people. I know I didn't say I was gonna live stream on the weekend, but I figured I would cover some of the build related questions. We're probably gonna do some PC part picker stuff after I'm done with this. I'm treating this stream like I used to do my old Tech Thursday format, where I would like be playing a game and then I would switch over. But yeah, I personally, like if it was me, if I was gonna build Zen 5 and I didn't already have an AM5 motherboard, I would probably have to wait. Like I would wait. But yeah, I would wait for the new motherboards. Because the new motherboards might have really good overclocking on the RAM. We don't really know. We can't say for sure that they will. We also can't deny that they won't. So it's one of those things where this whole launch is kind of weird to me. I think the Zen 5 launch is going to be an okay launch overall, though. If anyone's like going back to school and they're gonna bring like a gaming desktop with them to their dorm or their apartment, or if they're gonna stay at their parents' house and just go to school remotely or commute, more power to you. I think that now is definitely probably a good time to think about building a PC. You know why? Because prices are pretty low right now for motherboards. If you don't want to buy Zen 5, X3D Zen 4 is very affordable right now compared to how it was at launch. So, no reason for me to get AM5 until the next chipset. Yeah, I personally, like if I didn't have an AM5 motherboard, I would probably be waiting for the new motherboard. If movement is expected, mini PC or laptop. Oh, well, yeah, see, I don't know, man. I'm not a big fan of small form factor. I feel like small form factor is kind of overrated. I don't think it's ever underrated in the tech crowd. Because who doesn't want to save space on their desk? Even though my argument there is I don't put my PC on my desk, so it's like it goes on the floor. So that's why, to me, I'm not a big fan of small form factor. Like, if I was gonna go with a small computer, I would just get a laptop. Like, I would just go with a desktop replacement and use a docking station. I mean, that's what most employers do. Like, they don't... Most employers, if they're going to issue their employees company computers, they're going to give them laptops. Why? I mean, why not? Like, you can get on an airplane with a laptop. You can connect it to a docking station, and you can get the same exact functionality that you would get with an office desktop. So there's a big argument to be had for laptops, and that's the reason why laptops are where Qualcomm is making a big push. I can't wait to see the docking stations that work with the ARM-based laptops. That's what I want to see. I mean, as long as the docking station supports USB-C, like a 10 gigabit or 20 gigabit USB-C, it'll probably... I mean, it'll probably work. It probably already works with the Snapdragon laptops that are on the market now. Hey, pseudoscientist, you'll never buy another laptop? Why? I mean, eventually your current laptop will become slow. Regardless of whether you believe in planned obsolescence or not. I mean, the memory requirements will go up over time. The flash storage will get really old. Assuming that your laptop has SSDs or an SSD. Many businesses in your area are better off with mini PCs over laptops. Really? Are you sure? See, I don't know about that. Today, you can get laptops that are quite powerful. And they come with the added benefit of having the ability to pick up and travel with the device. And you can also, on top of that, you have the ability to connect to the docking stations. So they're almost no different from desktops at that point. Especially if you opt for like a desktop replacement based laptop. Because there are pretty high-end laptops out there. They need the office space. Most employers don't want to risk systems leaving the workspace. Oh. I guess it depends on the job role of the employee. Like, if the employee has to travel, then wouldn't it make more sense? Oh boy. Here, I'll go, okay. Go over here. It's weird, you can't like max melee that. Government is not approving exchange rate. Yeah, I guess it depends on where you're located. But I would say in the US, there isn't really much of a reason to have a desktop as a company computer anymore. Man, we are just blazing through this. This group has really good DPS.
And at the last, my tremendous.
Well, it depends on the job role, though. Not all job roles the employees need to travel, but some job roles they do have to travel. Like if they're in, sales or marketing, they have to travel typically. Like marketing people have to go to industry events. Salespeople have to visit their customers. Man, these guys are good. These guys are geared up, man. These guys are geared for Savage. They're DPSing. This stuff is dying so fast. These enemies are going down so fast. I feel like I'm clearing this in record time, and I'm like barely paying attention to it because I'm reading the chat the whole time. I mean, it helps that I've done this dungeon like probably 15, 20 runs at this point. But yeah, for the regular office workers, they don't need to have... I mean, yeah, they could have desktops or mini PCs. The thing is, a mini PC isn't really that much better than a like a desktop replacement laptop. Typically, depending on what they are, they could even outperform a mini PC. So it's one of those things where it's like, so I don't know, man. I still think it's more flexible to have a desktop replacement laptop versus a mini PC for office workers. I just think that it's like, it just opens the door for more options. It's just more flexible. And I wasn't even mentioning the GPU. The GPU, when I think of GPU, I think of like integrated graphics for an office computer. Like, it wouldn't even need a dedicated GPU. And if it was a mini PC, it would be the same thing. The mini PC would have an APU, and it wouldn't have an actual discrete graphics card. It would just have like a, you know, like a Ryzen APU with integrated Radeon graphics. I should have inspected these. Oh, you know what? I just looked over. So I've got a Pictomancer and a Samurai as the DPS. That explains why the DPS is so high. We have the strongest caster and the strongest melee. Well, Samurai has the best burst DPS, as far as I can tell. Like, even though the melee right now, Viper's really good. Reaper's also really good. Since mini socketable mini PC. I completely forgot there was a push back there. Wasn't paying attention. I completely got that. I just had dumb luck. The healer died. That's not good. The healer and the Pictomancer died somehow. They weren't paying attention. Oh boy, it's just me and Mr. Samurai. Okay, we can handle this. We can handle this. We have LB. You got him, man. You got him. Yeah. Me and the samurai. Alright, let's do some PC builds. I think for the review, Samurai gets the commendation because he actually survived all the way to the end. Okay, let's change this over here. Okay. All these people crafting is probably gonna be some really weird background noise. I'm gonna move away from them. Okay. Okay, so what I would say for the so for the price categories for the motherboards, there's going to be 2 chipsets to choose from at launch. X670, which is typically X670E or X670. We've talked about the differences. The other option, that's going to be the more premium option, the X670E. And then there's going to be X670, which is significantly cheaper, but what you'll find is there's not a lot of X670 motherboards. There's like, I can't really think of any outside of the Gigabyte ones. Like, I don't know what MSI's X670 is. I don't even know what Asus's X670 motherboard is called. But there's a lot of X670E. And I would recommend, if you're somebody who is looking for the more premium chipset, and that typically means you need a lot of hard drives, or just need a lot of drives, doesn't matter if it's SSD or spindle drives. If you're building some kind of mini workstation, X670 or X670E is probably the way to go. There's going to be a lot more choices from X670E. X670E also will have USB 4 on a lot of different models. Not all of them. Most of them will have the option to add USB 4 or Thunderbolt if you need that functionality. So in a way, the older motherboards are actually more flexible than the upcoming X870, because the X870 forces you into USB 4. And the way they do that is they take 4 of the PCIe lanes to achieve USB 4. So if you don't plan on ever using a device or a peripheral that requires USB 4, then you're probably better off with the older chipset, because technically you would have more connectivity options that are not shoehorning you into USB 4, if that makes sense. So, but I would say if you're building, like if you want to build a content creator desktop or a productivity desktop, and you need the extra PCIe lanes that the X670, the higher end chipset, offers, then that would be the way to go. If you're building a gaming, like a gaming centric PC that is all about gaming and nothing else, you don't really need X670, because the only thing that it adds is extra drives and maybe more USB ports. That's literally the only difference. So that being said, B650E offers a lot of gaming centric options, but it's one of those things where it's like, if money is no limitation, then you might as well just get X670 because you get the extra PCIe lanes. And I'm someone who always says it's better to have something and not need it than to one day need that thing but not have it. So some of these features that are on X670 are nice to haves. So, and that includes USB 4 for the ones that do have USB 4. There is only one B650E motherboard that has USB 4. We've talked about that one. It's the ASRock B650E Tai Chi. So if you really need that USB 4 functionality, you're either going to go with X670E or you're going to go with that one ASRock motherboard to save like $50 or to $100 or something like that. So that being said, the price range for X670 ranges from like $200 to, if we're talking the Godlike, which I don't even think is on the market anymore, like $1,000 plus for a motherboard, which I think is kind of ridiculous. So definitely there's a range. There's a big price range for X670. Now if we could take a look here on Newegg, search B650E. B650E has much cheaper offerings. Like you can get under $200. But if you want to go, like if you're looking for a motherboard that's like sub 150, you're probably going to be looking at an A620 chipset, because most of the B650 motherboards, B650E, are in that, they're from like 160 to 350. It's like that's the range for the B650. And that includes B650E. Like speaking of B650E, see this one actually goes beyond, I think this one's a little bit overpriced. This is like $20 overpriced, because normally the B650E Tai Chi is $349. But this is the one that has USB 4. This is like the one B650 motherboard that has USB 4. And a lot of people are probably wondering, like, why do I keep talking about USB 4? Like, what's so great about USB 4? Well, a lot of things. For one thing, it is the only form of USB that supports something called PCIe tunneling. So what that means is you can drive like up to 40 gigabits across that USB-C form factor, provided that your cable is either a Thunderbolt 4 or Thunderbolt 3 cable, or a USB 4 certified cable. So 40 gigabits of bandwidth is a lot. I mean, that's a lot more than like even a 10 gigabit internet connection. So think about how much bandwidth that offers. You can easily drive external graphics cards off of USB 4. So basically, if I built a PC that had USB 4, not only could I use my internal graphics card and my integrated graphics card, but I could plug in an external graphics card and use that over USB 4. So that's one example of how to use USB 4. Another thing is if you wanted to use docking stations, a lot of the higher end docking stations require USB 4 now for the extra bandwidth. That's more so something that laptops use though, but that's another use case. And then the third one would be like an external 4K capture card. Like if you wanted to record, for example, PlayStation 5 or Xbox Series X, 4K, 60 frames per second gameplay recording, video footage, that would require USB 4 typically, although AverMedia did release a USB-C 10 gigabit based capture card recently. I think it was like last fall. And I think I did do one video about it, but regardless, that's kind of a niche thing. But if you're someone who's into content creation, you know, it's always good to have USB 4, because you never know when you want to expand out into a certain use case and your PC doesn't have the ability to do it, so it's like you have to upgrade again. Well, if you had USB 4, you don't have to do that. So that's the reason why it's nicer to have USB 4 than to not have it, even if you don't think you need it today. RAM Expo profile stored in the RAM sticks or the motherboard BIOS. Example. They are stored in the RAM. So when you get RAM, now I don't have any RAM with me right now, but like, okay, pretend this was RAM, even though this is an SSD box. So pretend that this is a RAM stick. The memory profile is saved on a ROM, tiny little ROM chip that's on the actual DIMM. So the DIMMs have the memory profile. Those are called SPD profile. When you plug in RAM to the motherboard can read. So the motherboard BIOS has the ability to read the SPD profile from the RAM. And that's why when you're in the BIOS and you want to load Expo or XMP, they're basically the same thing. At the end of the day, they're just SPD profiles, just like JDEC profiles are SPD profiles. But it reads that profile and it can load those values. So they're always going to be off the memory. That's why if you take out memory and you plug in a newer, different memory kit, all of a sudden the BIOS can only read the ones that are on the new memory kit. That being said, when your motherboard does the initial memory training, so it loads the SPD profile value. So it loads the primary timings, it negotiates and loads the sub timings, the tertiary timings. Once it does all of that, then it has the ability to store these values on the BIOS chip, or maybe on some chip that the BIOS can read and write from. And that is what is called memory context restore. That is a feature that exists on AM5 motherboards. It does exist on all motherboards, actually. It's just with DDR5, because DDR5 runs at much, much higher frequencies than older memory, the memory context restore functionality was harder to implement just because the frequencies are so much higher. That's the reason why sometimes, as far as I know, sometimes the BIOS needs to retrain periodically. Like in my case, with my motherboard, it does it once a month. When I turn the computer off or I reboot the computer, sometimes it will do code 15 to retrain just to cycle through those values again. I don't know if that's due to some kind of power fluctuation with a power outage or something. I don't know what causes that, but I have seen that happen with DDR5 motherboards. But it seems to be only a DDR5 thing. But that was a great question, though. Hey, Gershon. So, one of the new motherboards that came out is the... Here, let's... does Newegg have it? B650E USB 4? Gigabyte announced a USB 4 based B650 motherboard. Let me see. Yeah, this one. Yeah, so here's an example of a newer motherboard. Hey, HDZ, what's going on? We're doing some PC builds. Or, well, we're like speccing out some PCs. So this one, I would say this is probably a really good gaming motherboard, but it also includes USB 4. So this would be a good one. Like what I really like about this motherboard, there's a lot of things I like about it. Number one, guess what? It has the postcode debug. A motherboard with the mainstream chipset, B650E, that includes the postcode debug. That is really nice. The other thing that includes, if we click on connectivity, here we go, dual USB 4. And both of these USB 4 ports support DisplayPort Alt mode, which means if you don't have a graphics card on day one, or if your graphics card dies and you have to RMA it, you can switch over to the integrated graphics on the motherboard using the Ryzen CPU's integrated graphics, and you can still drive two monitors, one off of each of these USB 4 ports. That's another thing that the USB 4 includes. It includes the ability to connect monitors via the USB-C form factor. So that is another, just like I said earlier, there's like a lot of good things about USB 4 that a lot of people overlook, and that's why people are always like, well, why are you always talking about USB 4? Well, you never know when you might actually need to use it one day. But this one's really nice. It has Wi-Fi 7, so it basically has all the latest standards. So it has Wi-Fi 7, it has the newer connector for the antennas, it has the postcode, it has USB 4, it has 24 lanes of PCI Gen 5, so it has like a lot of stuff that is super high end. But I would assume this motherboard is going to be like $300 something if I had to guess. Now, if we look at the manual, because I just want to briefly look at this, I want to see. Oh, one thing I will mention, I mentioned this on one of my videos previously. If you have a Gigabyte motherboard and you want to make sure that you're downloading the correct BIOS file for your motherboard, so for example, this motherboard, this website is specifically for revision 1.0 of this Aorus Pro X USB 4. So later on, if they release a newer one like revision 1.2 or revision 2.0 or 1.1 or 1.2, whatever, they will have a link that goes to that webpage, because this is specific to Gigabyte. Not everyone does this, but Gigabyte is known for releasing newer revisions of motherboards, and they have different BIOSes. So what that means is if you go to the download page and you want to download the BIOS, this BIOS, this is the latest one right here. This one adds support for Zen 5, for example. This will only work and it will only load on a revision 1.0. But the way you can tell what revision your motherboard is on every motherboard from Gigabyte. They print the revision number on the bottom left corner of the motherboard, on the front side of the motherboard, not the back. So if you throw away the box that it came in, or if you recycle it, or if you don't have it anymore for whatever reason, because the box that these motherboards ship in, like the actual box, has a sticker on it that has the serial number, that has the barcode, and it will also tell you the revision number as well. So if you don't have your box, there's still a way to figure out the revision by looking at the bottom left corner of the Gigabyte motherboard. So that's one thing that Gigabyte does that the others do not do, as far as I know. I don't know if Asus, ASRock, MSI, if they do that. But you can see the other thing I like about this board, and this is kind of in line with how Gigabyte's been doing a lot of their motherboards recently. The top M.2 is above the graphics card slot, and the other 3 or 4, but typically there's like 3 in a row like this. If there's a fourth one, the fourth one will typically be on the right hand side over here, out of this section in the middle. But they're like all lined up nicely, and they all have the toolless, you don't use the screws, it's like screwless latch mechanism that you use to connect or secure the M.2 drives. So I actually am a big fan of the way they install their M.2 drives. You know what's interesting about this motherboard though? Looking at this motherboard, I just realized something. So they have the ASMedia USB 4 controller, which we talked about in a previous live stream, I think it was like 2 weeks ago. This ASM 4242 chipset adds USB 4. But notice something. I don't know if this is a typo or if this is for real. They actually still include the THB_U4 header. Now, I don't know about you guys, but if there's anyone in the audience that knows what this stands for, I know what the answer is. But I want to know if there's anybody in the audience that recognizes or knows what this 5-pin header is and what the THB_U4 stands for. This is an acronym that Gigabyte uses referring to a particular feature, a particular add-in card. Second USB 4 for TB4. What does TB4 stand for? It's like TB4_U4. It stands for TB4. Name free Thunderbolt. You are correct. It's Thunderbolt. So you are technically correct. The answer I was looking for was Thunderbolt 4. This motherboard supports adding a Thunderbolt or USB 4 add-in card. I have a YouTube video showing that exact card and installing that on an X670E Aorus Master. So I find this amusing that this brand new motherboard that includes the ASM4242 has the option to add the JHL8540. That means that you can literally plug in the Intel-based Thunderbolt 4 or Thunderbolt 3 card down here in the second PCIe slot. Now, the reason why it has to be this slot, I mean, you can plug it in the top one. You're just going to waste a whole bunch of lanes because it only takes 4 lanes of PCI Gen 3. So that's why it has to be on this one, because this is a 4-lane slot. The bottom slot is a 2-lane slot. So this one will not work with a Thunderbolt or USB 4 add-in card. It must be the second one. But I find that hilarious that this actually allows... Hold on, I want to know something here. THB_U4. Is this really what? This motherboard supports the Thunderbolt and USB 4 add-in card. Okay, that means this motherboard literally elevated itself up the tier list. This motherboard from Gigabyte is already starting out pretty high on my tier list. I will do an updated tier list video once Zen 5 launches. But this motherboard's gonna be pretty high up there. It depends on what the price is. I can't see this costing more than $350 though. I think this will be a $300-something motherboard, if not $350. But they're not calling it the Master though. It's an Aorus Pro. It's not an Aorus Master. The Aorus Master, B650E Aorus Master was a $350 motherboard. So this one's not the Master, but it has all the things that the Master had, and it comes with USB 4 right off the bat. So I don't know. This is really weird, but it's designed almost exactly like the old B650E Aorus Master. Do you think there will be much of a revision between last year's AM5? So the main difference is going to be USB 4. That's the primary, and Wi-Fi 7. Wi-Fi 7, USB 4, that's really the only thing. I mean, okay, everyone's saying better memory compatibility, which means you can probably run higher memory speeds on the newer motherboards versus the older ones. But what I can tell you from my own testing with the older motherboards, I can do 8,000 easily on launch day Zen 4 based CPUs and motherboards. So I'm aiming to get 9600 mega transfers on my DDR5, overclocking it with a newer motherboard, if I do end up with a newer motherboard. The main thing that I'm really curious to know, though, is 4DIMM support. Like, if I run 4 sticks of memory, how fast can the 4-stick configuration go versus the 2-stick configuration or the 4-stick configuration on an older motherboard? Because everybody, I mean, anyone who's messed with DDR5 and has attempted 4 sticks of memory knows that 4 sticks of memory and DDR5 do not mix very well, especially if you want to run high speeds. You can do it, but it's very challenging. It can be done, but it requires a lot of work. It requires a lot of knowledge of how the DIMMs on the motherboards are set up. But yeah, this motherboard, B650E with 1, 2, and 3 Gen 5 SSDs. Then you get a 4th Gen 4 SSD. But the downside of this motherboard is that there's a lot of sharing. There's a lot of switches. They got a switch here off the CPU PCI 5.0 bus, which basically takes lanes from the graphics card slot and gives it to the 2nd and 3rd M.2. And then down here on the chipset, the PCI 4.0 bus, there's another switch, which you can choose between the X4. If you wanted to add that Thunderbolt card, for example, it would go in here, or a 4th M.2 slot. So the nice thing about the motherboard, the nice thing about this Gigabyte Aorus Pro X USB 4 is that it does have a lot of optional connectivity. However, the caveat is lots of lane sharing. So like if you want to fully load this motherboard, there are some compromises that have to be made. For example, if I want to run all 4 M.2 slots, if I want to populate every single M.2 slot, load all 4 of these up, that means my graphics card will run at 8 lanes, so it's going to be at half bandwidth versus the full 16 lanes, which is not a big deal. That's not terrible, especially since this is PCI Gen 5, and if I get a newer graphics card next year, and that, assuming the newer graphics cards are PCI Gen 5, that means a PCI Gen 5 GPU running at X8 is equivalent to a PCI 4.0 graphics card running at X16. So it's not the end of the world. That being said, even a PCI Gen 4 graphics card running at 8 lanes is not that bad. So you're not giving up too much, but you are giving up some GPU performance if you want to run all these M.2 drives. The other compromise is down here. Like if I want to run the 4th M.2 off the chipset, I can't use that X4 slot, which is very unfortunate because this is the sort of slot where I would plug in a 4K 60 capture card because I sometimes live stream PlayStation 5 games, and that's how I connect my PS5 directly to my PC and treat it as though it was Steam. So this is kind of a requirement if somebody wants to fuse their console with their PC. That's why I make a big deal about those X4 PCIe slots on motherboards, because these things, I consider an X4 PCIe slot just as mandatory as an X16 slot for a graphics card. So, but that's not everybody. When you say X670E or its master supports 8000, is that manual overclock? That is the Expo profile or XMP profile. Yeah, you can manually do it. It just depends on if your RAM can. So the challenge with manually overclocking RAM to 8000 is if your RAM is not advertised as 8000 capable, then it's Silicon Lottery at that point. You know what I'm saying? So it's not guaranteed. But yeah, but this is a good motherboard overall. I like that it gives you a lot of options. It doesn't force you. It doesn't force anything that you'll never use upon you, but it has the capability to support a lot of different things. That's what's nice about it. If I want to stream PS5, if I want to fuse my console with my PC, I can do that with this motherboard. However, I cannot use the 4th M.2 if I choose to do that. Another thing that I like about this motherboard, you guys notice down here, on the 3rd PCIe slot, it has 2 lanes of PCI Gen 3. What is this? What can I plug into a PCI 3.0 2-lane slot and get the benefit of that bandwidth? Let's see if the chat knows what is an X2 PCI 3.0 slot good for. Because I have a video showing exactly what's supposed to go in here. So my longtime viewers might know the answer. But I want to see if... We got a lot of new people in here, I noticed. Hey, Adam, what's going on? DJ 5th Live, what's going on? Yeah, so let's see if people know what a X2 PCI 3.0 slot is good for. because I really like that this motherboard includes the X2 slot. This is so much better than an X1 slot. Exactly. That is the answer I was looking for. 10 gigabit LAN. I can plug a 10 gigabit LAN NIC into that slot and get the full benefit of a 10 gigabit port. So not only can I fuse my PS5 on that X4, I can add 10 gigabit networking on that X2, and I can still get 3 PCI Gen 5 SSDs running at full bandwidth straight into the CPU, bypassing the chipset, 0 latency. So this is actually really, really nice. And there's that USB 4 controller, and those USB 4 ports are 40 gigabit bandwidth, and they support external monitors via DisplayPort 1.4. So if I don't have a graphics card, and if, like for example, guys, think about it like this. If I wanted to turn this into an office workstation PC that does not need a GPU, I could run a RAID card to add two NVMEs off of a RAID card in the primary slot, plus 3 more NVMEs. That means I can run a total of 5 crucial T700 Gen 5 SSDs in a RAID 0 or RAID 1 or whatever I want. Not that I'd actually use RAID, but I'm saying the flexibility to do all of these things is there. And then I can drive dual 4K monitors directly off the Ryzen Zen 5 CPU using its integrated graphics connected to the USB 4. Then I can have a 10 gigabit LAN card connected down here, and I can connect a capture card or use another M.2 for like an extra M.2 drive, scratch drive or whatever. So plus all the SATA, there's still 4 SATA. I mean, there's still tons of USB. There's 20 gigabit USB 3.2 on here. I mean, there's just like a whole bunch of stuff, guys. Like this is a really nice motherboard. Wi-Fi 7 is here, so it's got the latest and greatest Wi-Fi. Not that I'd actually use Wi-Fi with a desktop, but who knows, if you ever have to pick up and move the desktop, it can still be connected to the internet, provided that there's a Wi-Fi connection or there's an SSID to connect to. But there's lots of stuff. So basically, this is a really, really nice motherboard. It doesn't force anything on you, but it gives you all the things that you could imagine you might actually need. You're saving up for the first gaming PC, any spec. Well, that's exactly what we're doing. We're talking about like the sort of things that you'd want to look out for. So these are the sort of features that you want to be on the lookout for. USB 4. This motherboard has it. The other thing too, this motherboard has a postcode debug. Right there on the top right, you can see the 88, the double 8. That is a rarity these days on motherboards. This motherboard has it. It has literally everything that I can think of that I personally would actually use. So this one's going to probably get a top recommendation from me in terms of like where it's going to rank on the motherboard tier list when I do that video later on. Does the Hero share lanes for SSD, or can you populate all with no issues? So HDX, most if not all X670 motherboards do not share lanes with the SSD. Now, there is one thing about the Hero that it does share, and that is on the Hero, the graphics, the top slot is X16, the second slot on the Hero is X8, and if you do plug something into that X8, it will cut the GPU lanes in half. So yeah, it does have some sharing. So in fact, what we can do here, do we need to pull up Paint? Do we need to pull up Paint, guys? Do we need to draw the block diagram of the Crosshair Hero from ASUS? Because I know ASUS doesn't actually include it in their manual. As far as I know, they don't have it in their manual. Can a gaming laptop run multiple monitors? Only if it has the the chipset, and if it has the ports. So, the Hero does have LAN sharing, but only between those two graphics card slots. Or, yeah, the PCIe slots. Hold on, what was I going to do here? X670E Crosshair Hero from Asus. So, right, it tells you on the website. Right here. It literally says it on the website. Right here. I highlighted in blue. 2X PCIe 5.0 X16. Supports X16, meaning the top one can be X16 if the bottom one is empty. Or X8 on top, X8 on bottom. And it literally says here, when the PCIe 5.0 M.2 card is installed on the second PCIe slot, the top PCIe slot will run at X8. It'll run at half bandwidth. That is the only thing that is shared on the Crosshair Hero. Everything else, I think, like all the M.2 slots and everything, that's all native. So, but yeah. Yeah, in general, this one is a very nice motherboard too. It's expensive, but it's a pretty good one. It's very expensive for a standard ATX form factor. Are Alienware gaming laptops still good? Alienware was never good. I have never used Alienware, DJ, so I can't really comment on that. This is what I would tell you guys. If you're looking at getting a laptop, I do not recommend gaming laptops. What I recommend for laptops are what I call business laptops or workstation laptops. So, yeah, I don't really recommend gaming laptops in general. I don't think they're a good use of your money. If you really want to game on a Windows platform, you're much better off with an actual desktop. Laptops, the problem with laptops is they're going to be loud. If you're playing games on them, you need to be plugged into the wall, and when you plug them into the wall, you lose the mobility aspect to them, and then they're really, really loud. So it's, I mean, even if you're wearing headphones, if you're in a room and there's other people in the room and you're playing games on the laptop, they're gonna know that you're playing a game on the laptop because it's gonna be making a lot of fan noise, and they're gonna kind of be looking over like, what's going on? You know what I'm saying? So that's why I don't recommend gaming laptops. I get that sometimes people, it depends on people's life situation. Sometimes people live like a nomadic lifestyle temporarily and they can't use a desktop, like they don't have enough space in their apartment or whatever, or they're traveling or they're abroad or whatever. I'll tell you guys, I lived in Japan for half a year, and I did not have my gaming desktop with me while I lived in Japan. I had a laptop with me. Now, I did not have a gaming laptop. I had a business class desktop replacement with me, which is actually better than a gaming laptop. So I did have almost like a desktop, but it was a laptop in terms of the form factor. And so I totally understand, like, thinking back when I lived in Japan, it would not make sense for me to have a desktop when I was over there because I was living definitely a more nomadic lifestyle. So, but yeah, I still don't recommend gaming laptops. Like, I recommend business class laptops. If you want a high-end laptop, get a business laptop. Don't get a gaming laptop. That's what I would say. Gaming laptops have cheap plastic that, you know, if you bang them into a wall, they're gonna crack the plastic on the corner or whatever. You know, it's just not good. Like, the LEDs can fail sometimes on the keyboard. There's been a lot of, like, RMAs for keyboards not working correctly with the RGB. They just don't seem very good in terms of quality. Like Nero was saying earlier, Alienware laptops are full of problems. I wouldn't say that. I would just say, like, personally, I just don't think very highly of gaming laptops. That doesn't mean that they're bad or that you shouldn't consider them. It's just, I just think that there's so many better options for mobile products. Like, I don't know. Like, get an ROG Ally X or a Steam Deck or something if you want to play games on a mobile device. That's the way I think about it. I mean, you can even connect a Steam Deck to a dock and get a monitor and keyboard connected. So, but you could do that with a laptop too. So, I don't know. Gaming on a laptop to me has always been a meme. It's just kind of like gaming laptop LOL, you know what I'm saying? Like, check that fan noise, check that hearing loss, you know what I'm talking about? Like, I don't know, man. It's just not my style. Gaming laptops are not cool. They're also super heavy, and if you have to lug that thing around in your backpack, it's really annoying. You're gonna get like gamer neck problems and stuff. So I would not recommend gaming laptops for several reasons. I think we've already ran through enough of them. Here, let's see. ThinkPad P15V Gen 3. Is this thing still on the market, or is this thing replaced by something else? Man, they okay, like this. Here we go. This is actually a really good deal too. Man, this is good. Oh, but I see why. It's not the 4K screen. But a 4K on 15 inches is pointless. Yeah, see, like this is good. Hold on, why is this? Oh, I still have my little, hold on, remove this thing. Okay, see, like this, if someone's considering an Alienware, just get this. This is so much better than an Alienware. And it's also cheaper than an Alienware. This is like the thing to actually get. ThinkPad P15V Gen 3 AMD laptop. This is my, okay, for those that don't know, this is literally my daily driver on my Monday through Friday. Like, this is what I use. This is the sort of thing that I use every day, and I use this with a 4K monitor and dual 1080p monitors via a Thunderbolt 4 docking station from Lenovo. So this is an AMD base. This is Ryzen 6000 base. So this is probably newer models now. Like, I've been using this laptop since 2022. I've had this laptop for about 2 years now, and it has never let me down. It has never let me down. It has what was once the famous integrated 680M. Now the 780M is the famous integrated GPU now, but this one has the 680M. And then in addition to that, it has the NVIDIA RTX A2000 discrete graphics card. If you wanted to do CAD work, for example, with the certified ISV drivers, this laptop does that. So this is what I consider a real laptop. Like, this is better than a gaming laptop. It's definitely built a lot better than a gaming laptop in terms of the overall build quality. And on top of that, it has the same level of cooling solution that you would find in a gaming laptop, because this Ryzen CPU, this is an 8-core, 16-thread, and that's 18P, no, 18. That is 16 thread, because all cores are P cores, so it's 8P core with all hyper-threading. And it's, what is this, Zen 3 Plus? It's Zen 3 Plus architecture, so it's not the latest and greatest, but I mean, it's you know, the other thing too about it is it's SODIMM. It's SODIMM RAM. So if you want to upgrade the RAM in this laptop, it's not soldered. So I can literally open this laptop up and I can upgrade the RAM if I wanted to. Like, my laptop right now has 32 gigs of RAM. If I wanted 64 gigs of RAM, I could literally upgrade to 64 gigs of RAM on this laptop. So this is so much better than a gaming laptop. It also has dual SSDs, so I can have 2 SSDs in the laptop. It's the standard SSD form factor. It's not that little tiny one. It's the standard 2280 form factor. So I'm wondering if I need to do a video on this. Although this laptop is kind of old now, but I feel like I should do like a disassembly video on this laptop. But that being said, there are some really new, nice laptops that are inbound real soon. So that are going to have like the Ryzen AI. Qualcomm launched the Snapdragon stuff. You know, that's kind of a mixed in terms of the review. Intel has the, what is it? The Lunar Lake stuff is coming at the end of the year. So there are newer laptops on the way. So I don't know why we're talking about laptops all of a sudden, but we went down the laptop rabbit hole and we're completely sidetracked now. We went off the rails. All Lenovo gaming laptops from LOQ idea. Da, 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 da. Yeah, Nero, that's because they're using a variant of what's in the ThinkPads. So should you wait for new GPUs? Or get something mid-range now, then get the new GPS? Is that a question regarding laptops, or is that like discrete GPUs? Asus TUF A15 is way better at practically the same price. The Asus TUF A15 is better than what? Keep in mind, guys, this is a 2-year-old laptop. There are newer versions of this. I'm just giving you guys an example because this is what I personally use. So, this is a DDR5. This is socketed DDR5, first of all. Most of those laptops that you're talking about probably have soldered RAM. But yeah, this is the real deal. So, like, it has the numeric keypad. It has, like, this has a full backlit. It's white LED. It's not RGB. It's white LED keyboard, which is really the only color that matters on keyboards as far as I'm concerned. Now, that's an opinion, but whatever. I don't care about RGB on a laptop. And then it has the fingerprint reader. It has the actual physical buttons with the Lenovo nub. It has the full touchpad like on the Apple. You know, everything's there. So this is kind of definitely an older form factor because it's 16:9 instead of 16:10. A lot of newer laptops are 16:10 now. That's how you can tell this one's a little bit dated in terms of its appearance. But it has USB 4. It works with Thunderbolt 4 docking stations because I literally use a Thunderbolt 4 docking station. There's literally a video on this YouTube channel that shows this exact laptop connected to a Thunderbolt docking station from Lenovo. It's the ThinkPad branded Thunderbolt dock with a bunch of monitors connected. So the question earlier, someone was asking me earlier in the chat, can you connect a gaming laptop to external monitors? It depends on the laptop. What I can tell you is that the business laptops like the ThinkPad can drive a lot of monitors. Typically the Ryzen APUs can drive up to 3 or 4 displays at a time. The Intel ones can do 2 to 3. I think the newer Intel ones might be able to do 4, but the AMD ones historically have been able to drive more external monitors, depending on the actual laptop itself. All right, are we done with laptops? Because we were not supposed to talk that much about laptops. Although, I will say one thing. So someone was mentioning Asus Ryzen AI Pro Art. Let me see. Okay, that didn't work. Never mind. I was trying to search for that Asus thing, but whatever. There's like a new Asus laptop that's inbound soon with the new Ryzen AI. But there's also like VivoBook and all that stuff with the Qualcomm. So if you guys want a laptop with a lot of battery life, the Qualcomm stuff is pretty good. It's only going to get better with BIOS updates, but I'd probably wait a few months if you're going to get a laptop. I literally have the leading review on this laptop. Oh yeah? Okay. Okay, well apparently I'm the one that put the review up because no one else wanted to review it. The Qualcomm stuff is cheating. Okay, so somebody was saying something earlier about like the thing about the GPU, the comment about the GPU in the laptop, the GPUs in laptops don't matter. They literally don't matter because they'll never be able to match the desktop equivalent. So, if you're spending money on like an expensive discrete GPU in a laptop form factor, you're literally throwing money in the trash, just FYI. So anyway, let's move on. Okay, so PC part picker. Let's build some some computer here. If you want 1440p, get a 7900. Okay, so you're recommending the 7900 GRE. 7900 GRE. Hold up, where's the, let's look at a good one here. How come this one doesn't have a price? This is the best one. This is the best GRE. The Quicksilver Magnetic Air is the best one. It's the newest one too. That's why it's the best one. But anyway, let's put the Merc on here, I guess, because it's 529. So that one is here. Not sure why we're building this exactly with a... Oh, you're building a 1440p? Okay, 1440p. This... It's literally the first on the list. CPU cooler. Thermalright Peerless Assassin. Let's go with that. That's like 30 bucks. Or 40 bucks. Motherboard. Does it have the USB 4? No. Okay. Do we need a motherboard with USB 4? Or a motherboard that needs to add USB 4? This one's expensive. The ASRock Taichi has USB 4, but it's pricey. I think the best overall would be either like a Steel Legend or an Aorus Elite. Gaming Plus is okay, but doesn't this one also not have the thing on the back? Either one's fine. I personally would go with Air. But I go with Air on literally every PC build. I don't care what the wattage is. I put Air on it. Okay, we're going Air on the Ryzen. Okay, let's do X670 Aorus. Let's see, Gaming X... Gaming... Where's the Aorus Elite? ASRock Taichi is 400. You know, oh man, this one is 379. That is a really good deal right now on the Aorus Master. This is an S tier motherboard. This S tier motherboard is discounted so much. Do you guys have any idea what the original price of this? This is a $500 motherboard. A $500 EATX for 379. Yeah, we're going with that. Okay, so that is, this is a 1440p build. So we have this. We need a 32 gigabyte memory kit or a 48 gigabyte memory kit. Let's go with 8000 RAM. Is this the RAM that I want? Yeah, Gigabyte Trident Z5 RGB 48 gigabyte, that's 2x24, DDR5 8000 CL40. Yeah, this is the magic memory. This is the memory that's in my YouTube video. This is the memory that I have in the video. So for those of you that don't know, if you're new to the channel, I have two videos with this RAM kit. One shows how to run the 8000 out of the box. The other one shows four, so it's two of these. It's 4 sticks of memory. It's 96 gigs total. It's two sets of these running at 6000. Yeah, that master motherboard is super good. All right, we're gonna go with this RAM. This is the good stuff. This is the secret RAM, by the way. And you know why it's the secret RAM? Hold up. This is the secret RAM. It's kind of expensive though, but there's a reason why it's expensive. First of all, it has a profile, an SPD profile that runs at 8000. Second of all, but the real secret, because people are always asking me like, how are you doing these high-speed RAM? You know what the secret is? You know what the secret is? It does 8000 at 1.35 volts. Find me RAM. Find me another kit of RAM. I challenge you guys. Find me another kit of RAM that can do 8,000 at 1.35 volts. Because as far as I know, this is literally the only one that I'm aware of. And that's the reason why I'm using this one and not some other memory kit that also claims 8,000. Because those other kits are like 1.4 volts, 1.4 whatever. And it's like, that's terrible. Because that means your RAM is going to run so hot so easily. Whereas this RAM doesn't even get above 50 degrees full load, like with all the with the GPU pumping all the heat into the case. And it's like we're running a game uncapped, everything's going crazy, we got Gen 5 SSDs and we're on an air cooling, and the RAM isn't even going above 50 degrees Celsius. That's the reason why this is the best RAM. So this is what we're gonna go with. This is the best RAM. Is there a way to like add it from here? How come when I go back? Hold up. G skill. What happened to it? It like vanished. It's like it disappeared. This? What did I do? Oh, 48. Hold, it was a 48 gig kit. Oh wait, no, that's showing me all the like large ones. 2x24. There we go. G skill 48 gig. That's 8400. Yeah, this one. The 8400 is nice, but that's like a whole $100 more for, you know, for what? Okay, so there. That's the RAM. This is already $1,500. Man, this is already an expensive build. This is already like so much stuff. This is already like $1,500. What? This is... We're gonna have to cut something here. This is like expensive build. Okay, storage. Obviously, we need a T700 from Crucial. Oh man, that's too expensive. This is a Gen 5. Just put it in there for now. We'll figure it out. Okay, now, do we need another video card? Probably not. I think if we wanted to save money, we would reduce the... That motherboard is already a good price, though. Like, I feel like we'd probably go with a different kit of RAM and not this Gen 5 SSD. I don't know if we need the fastest SSD in the world. Well, actually, it's the second fastest SSD. It was the fastest SSD for a while. I think there's a newer one. I think it's like the Crucial T705 or something is now the fastest SSD in the world. That motherboard and RAM isn't needed. Are you sure it's not? Okay, first of all, what are we doing? What is this build? Is this supposed to be a gaming build, or is this supposed to be like a content creator build? Content creator builds cost more than gaming builds. Just FYI. Oh, this is are we doing like a mid-range? What is this supposed to even be? Hold up, you know what? I'm curious now. What is my computer worth? Let's spec out the current. Let's spec out the stream PC. This is the computer that I'm streaming on right now. What is in this machine? 7950X. Okay, CPU cooler. NH-D15 Chromax Black. That's the cooler. Aorus Master, that's the motherboard. This is not the RAM, I'll tell you that. Okay, the RAM is... It is G-Skill. It is 6400. It is G-Skill. It is 2x48. So let's find my RAM. It is G-Skill Z5 RGB. Is it this one? I think it's this one. What's the timings? Yeah, this is the RAM kit that I'm using. Okay, so this is the streaming RAM. So now you guys are going to see exactly what's in this PC. So we have a 7950X 16 core We have a Noctua D15. We have an Aorus Master. We have 96 gigabytes of 6400 CL32 DDR5. We have a Crucial T700. Do I need to add the other SSDs? You would have a that. Yeah, he's right. Yep, yeah. Okay, we don't have a GRE, unfortunately. Unfortunately, I don't have a GRE. Instead, we have a 7900 XTX Nitro Plus. So that's the GPU that's in here right now. And then I've got other SSDs. We have an inland, do I have a TN something in here? What are the SSDs in here again? I've completely forgot. This computer is fully maxed out, by the way, guys. Like, I got 4 M.2s in here. I got like 2 hard drives, 2 SATA SSDs. It's jam-packed. What's my other SSD? I have an inland QN322. So I got one of these. Why is this $200? This is like way wrong, but that's what's in here. I don't know why that's this. First of all, this is a terrible SSD. This is in my computer, but I bought this. I spent like $70 on this from Micro Center on a Black Friday in November of 2022. That's when I got this SSD. In fact, I got 2 of these. One is in this computer, one is in a different computer. I don't know why this is $200. This is terrible. That's terrible value. Never buy this SSD for that much money. This SSD is a Gen 3, and it's not even full Gen 3 speed. But anyway, that's in there. Okay, what else is in here? We have an 860 QVO from Samsung. We have a 2 terabyte SATA SSD. So that's in there. We have a Crucial P3 Plus 4 terabyte. I got one of those in there. All right, that's 1, 2, 3 SSDs. What's my 4th M.2? I have a what? Crucial Inland. Inland Premium. Did they even make that anymore? Premium 2 terabyte. This one. Can't even buy it anymore. Okay. They didn't even add it. Okay, well, it's there. Did you have a gold sample to be able to run that RAM at that speed? Hold up, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It wouldn't let me. Oh, there it is. It's there. No price. That doesn't matter because the other one shouldn't be $200 anyway. All right, let's keep going. Toshiba X300. Toshiba X300. Okay, this is my YouTube video archive drive. Toshiba X300. Is it an 8 terabyte? I think it's an 8. Is it an 8 or is it a 10? Hold up. This is an 8 terabyte hard drive. Okay. So I have one of these. Toshiba X300. I have a MX500. That is a SATA SSD from Crucial. That is a old 1 terabyte SSD. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What is missing? The M500 is on here? Or MX500? Oh, there's another Toshiba. Okay. There's a Toshiba X300 10 terabyte. That's my newer hard drive because I was running out of space because of all my YouTube videos and all the live streams. So we have this one, I guess. I don't know. I don't think it's the Pro. So Toshiba. So I got 2 Toshiba hard drives. One is a 10 terabyte. One is an 8 terabyte. So for those that don't know, the case is a Fractal Torrent, and that's the reason why I only have 2 hard drives, because the Fractal Torrent can only support 2 3.5-inch hard drives. I think that's all my drives. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I have 8 drives. Okay, so those are all my storage. So see, this is why the motherboard actually matters, guys, because you actually might need all the storage. Okay, that's the GPU. Okay, the case. The case is a Fractal Torrent RGB. The full size. It's the big boy, not the small one. This one. Okay. So that's the case. Fractal Torrent. The power supply. The power supply is an MSI Meg AI 1300p. So this is the power supply. So it is a 1300 watt power supply. And then the operating system is Windows 11 Pro, but that was because it used to be Windows 10 and that used to be Windows 7. Okay, the monitor. Well, okay, that. All right, there you go. There's $4,000. Wow. This PC is $4,000. See, this is the reason why I didn't even know how much it costs. So it's actually interesting doing this exercise. So this PC that we're streaming on is really $4,000. Some of the stuff on here is priced wrong. Like the SSDs are really not what is shown here. So the storage kind of messes up the pricing because it's kind of retarded. Now keep in mind, I did not buy all of this at once. Like I can't afford to buy a $4,000 computer. Like that's not gonna happen. This is what I call upgrading over time. So all these drives have been accumulated over the years out of necessity, mostly because of the YouTube channel, because of all the video editing and stuff. And then the graphics card was a one-time purchase when that was new. I think the power supply was, I think I got this back in like end of 2022. So it's like 1.5 years old. The Fractal I've had for like 2 years. Some of these drives I've had forever. This 8TB Toshiba is ancient. I've probably had it for like 7 years or more. Yeah. But see, this is why I was telling you guys, like when it comes to a gaming PC, gaming PCs are not as expensive as content creator PCs. Content creation PCs are really expensive because you need a lot of storage, you need a lot of CPU cores, you need a lot of RAM, you need a bunch of stuff. You know what I'm saying? So XFX is fine. If you can only get XFX, get XFX. So all right, so this is an example of what I call I don't want to say workstation because technically a workstation would be like a threadripper PC, but I would say this is like a desktop that is used for productivity. This is not a gaming focused PC. I want to make that clear. What you guys see here is not a gaming PC. Can you game on this PC? Obviously. Yes, you can. Obviously, you can game on this PC. Literally, I mean, literally, what were we doing earlier? What was I doing earlier? I was gaming on the PC. So it's like, yeah, you can definitely game on the PC. But, that's not what this PC's intended to do. If that makes sense. So that being said, we're going to clear this up. Let's go back to what we were doing earlier. I'm probably going to keep this motherboard. Okay, let's go with like a budget build. Let's go with a budget build. So you guys give me a price target. Give me a price target, and I will build the PC, or we'll build the PC together, like in terms of the specs. So like, what do you guys consider a budget PC? $700, $1,000. Oh, okay. So $2,200. Okay, that's a good one. Okay, we can go with that. $1,700. Your target's $2,200. Okay. Okay, and what's the focus of the PC? Are we building a gaming PC? Are we building a workstation? Well, okay, I can tell you right now, workstation, $1,500, not gonna happen. $2,200? Possibly. But realistically, it's probably gonna be a little bit on the low end for a production. Gaming PC? Okay, gaming PC. Gaming PC makes it very easy. All right. So we'll start with everybody's favorite gaming CPU. Because if we have to go down to reach the price target, I would rather start in the middle and work our way down rather than start like way too low and then go up. So we'll start with 7800X3D because this is like a really good gaming PC. This is currently the best gaming PC for the money. So, we don't know if that's going to change, though, once Zen 5 comes out. What I can tell you is when the 9000 X3D comes out, that will probably become the new best gaming PC, or gaming CPU. Alright, for the cooler that I recommend for this CPU is going to be... I was going to say Deep Cool, but Deep Cool is banned in the US. Deep Cool is literally banned in the US. So we're gonna go with Thermalright Peerless Assassin, $36. That's all you need. That is overkill, but that will get the job done. Okay, next for the motherboard, we're going to go with B650 because it's a gaming PC. B650 gaming plus Wi-Fi. Deep Cool's banned in the US because of some, I forgot, it's something to do with, I don't want to get into it. If someone in the chat wants to talk about it, I don't want to talk about it live. If somebody wants to explain why Deep Cool is banned right now, you guys can explain that in the chat. I'm trying to find a motherboard that's sub $200. What's the Steel Legend priced at? Oh, you can't find... The Steel Legend's not available? This Asus... Is this a full ATX? This is a full ATX. B650 Asus Prime. See if we can get one that's a little bit better than that, though. Like, what about the live mixer is good. Whoa, this is 150? The live mixer is 150? I thought this motherboard was already, like, off the market. The live mixer is that motherboard that you can technically, like, add another chipset to it. That's 150. That is a good price for the live mixer. I almost want to just go with that. Hold on. What is the X670 Aorus Elite AX priced at right now? See, this is $249. For me, it's probably going to be this or the X670E Steel Legend or the B650E Steel Legend, which you can't get for some reason. That's tough. What is that? Hold on, you were saying the cooler? So wait, you guys don't think that's... this? I'll tell you right now, the Peerless Assassin is super good. Peerless Assassin is super good. Like, you guys... that's the good one right there. What is this other one that you're talking about? This Cooler Master? I've never heard of this. MA8424. What is this? I've never heard of this thing. Man, this thing looks like... you know what this looks like? Somebody from Cooler Master snuck into the factory where they're used to manufacture the Noctua D14 or the Be Quiet Dark Rock Pro 4. And someone went in and they took like their DSLR camera and they're like taking pictures of the Be Quiet and the Noctua, and then they went over and they copy pasted it and just told, hey, Cooler Master, make this, make it like that Austrian or that German cooler. Just here's the pictures, just make it. This looks like a ripoff of the Be Quiet Deep Cool Pro. It's basically the Deep Cool, or not the Deep Cool, the Be Quiet Dark Rock Pro 4, except they're like charging half the price or something, or like it's like 30% cheaper. So I don't know, man. I think this is like not even worth it, to be honest. Like, really, this doesn't look... no. This is better. No, the Peerless Assassin's so much better. It's so much cheaper and it's so much better. Okay, we're going with the Peerless Assassin. Next. B650. I really think X670 Aorus Elite. I think Aorus Elite AX. I wish that this one, I wish the Aorus, the USB 4 was out, but it's not. So I guess we're gonna go with this one. Okay, X670 Aorus Elite AX. I guess. I don't know. Like, I mean, do we really want to give up the extra chipset to go B650? Like, the only reason you would want to go B650 is if you wanted to get a motherboard that was less than $200. But if you're getting like the thing is, okay, whatever. Let's try to go with the cheaper motherboard then. B650. B650. I mean, okay, this is like this is too small. What is this? This is an eagle? Why are they calling this an eagle? I don't see the bird. I see a bunch of geometric shapes. 2, 4, 6, 8. Okay, it's got 8 USB. I don't get it. Is this good? I mean, it's like $90 less than the other one. I don't think it has the right number of M.2 drives, though. I mean, it looks like it can support 3 M.2 drives. The bottom two don't have any heat sinks on them, though. I don't like this motherboard. MSI Pro. Man, this one doesn't even have an I/O cover. Like, this is... I mean, it's sub 150. But that's like the only thing it has going for it. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, once you go below $200, I feel like the best value is a motherboard that's priced between $200 and $300. There's so much value for motherboards that are from $200 to $300. Anything that has a $200 price range is a good motherboard in general. Anything that's sub 200, you start questioning like the design choices, but you understand that it's cheaper, but it's like, okay, it's like $50 less, but it's got like way worse of everything. You know what I'm saying? Like, but if you go over $300, then the pricing starts looking stupid in terms of like, you're not getting a whole lot more for the money, and then once you step up to 400, 500, then it's like, okay, now it has extra overclocking features that a gamer will never use, like it has dual E clocks, for example, or B clocks and things. Like no non-overclocker is ever gonna need that stuff. So it's, you know what I'm saying? Once you go up, you can't go down. Well, no, they can go down. Tai Chi Lite. B650E Tai Chi Lite. Okay. Whoa, this is good. What is this? This is so good. Oh, okay, but it's $240. But still, $240? Whoa, okay, yeah. This is an instant hit. This is an instant hit. This is like within the top 5 instantly for budget motherboards. Yes, it's over 200, but you know why this thing is like the best one? Look at the bottom of the motherboard. Look what's at the bottom of the motherboard. This motherboard has the coveted postcode. It has the debug postcode. You can watch the memory training. You can literally watch the memory training. You can look at code 15. You can actually see it happening on a sub $300 motherboard. This is the best one I've seen. Okay, this is an instant one. All right, we're going with that. That's it. That one's gonna. That's it. That's the best one. This is the best one. Nothing else can beat this. Nothing else can beat this. In fact, this is so good. We have to look at the actual web page now. This is just way too good. That's way too good. I can't believe this exists. Thank you for showing this. This is literally like the holy grail right here. I can't believe this. A sub $300 motherboard that has a postcode debug. This is unheard of. This is like a one of a kind. This is the magic motherboard. This is it. This is the magic motherboard. Look at what? Look at all those USB ports. Wait, what? This has Thunderbolt? What? This has USB 4? Dude, this has USB 4. This has USB 4. It has a clear CMOS on the back and the BIOS flashback button. It has 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 USB Type A. 11 USB Type A. 11 USB Type A. 2.5 gig. Oh, everyone has that. This thing has a 40 gigabit Thunderbolt 4 / Thunderbolt 3 / USB 4 in it. It's missing 5.1. No, it does have 5.1. You just have to do it in a different way. It does have it. You have to. Okay. The way they do 5.1 on these newer audio codecs is completely different. You have to install something in the software. It basically turns the line out into a pass-through, and you have to plug it into like an actual DAC system, analog system that does 5.1 audio. It can do 5.1. It's done in a different way. Oh, if you need the 5.1, then unless you have like an optical, like a toss link to a DAC that has the analog 5.1 outputs, then then this probably won't work as far as I know. But this does have there is a way to do 5.1 off of the analog on here. It's in the manual. It's like that for all, because almost all the new motherboards do that now. Very few motherboards have the original audio, the analog pins, the electrical pins. Yeah, I know. This thing has a clear CMOS. Most motherboards nowadays, they put the clear CMOS somewhere on the motherboard. They have the pins and they have the button on the motherboard. But I like that this one has it on the back. Okay, first of all, this motherboard is so good because not only does it have an HDMI for one monitor, it has a USB 40 gigabit for a second monitor. So you can run a monitor off of the USB-C and you can run a second monitor off the HDMI. So it has dual monitor support off of the motherboard for the integrated graphics. This is so good at this price point. Like, this is insanely good. Okay, PCI 5.0. Okay, and the other thing too, the fact that this is an E with a postcode, and it's like it's less than $250. First of all, every 650E that I have seen that includes USB 4 and the postcode debug, or just the postcode debug, has always been a $350 motherboard. But this thing offers all of that at like more than $100 less. This is instantly the best. Man, this is straight up like S tier. This is what it means to be an S tier motherboard. Because the price point is automatically 10 out of 10 for the features that you're getting. You can't argue against that. It's literally an S tier motherboard because it's so well priced while providing all the things that typically drive the price of the motherboard up so high that you typically, if you want a B650E with a postcode, your minimum spend is $350. That's like the floor. That's the floor. This thing is under the floor. This is like in the basement. This is like so good value. It's like hidden. It's the hidden stuff. It's like in the basement floor of the store. You can't even find it unless you actually know, unless you're in the know. You know what I'm saying? It's like a secret menu item from a secret recipe at a restaurant. Like, this is the stuff right here. The Tai Chi light. That's where it's at. This is the stuff. So yeah, I want to see, I really want to look at the manual on this thing. First of all, BIOS. Oh look, as of July 12, technically as of May 17, this motherboard has supported Ryzen 9000 since May of this year. Because Agisa 1170 was the first BIOS to add support for Ryzen 9000. 120. In fact, if you plan to buy Zen 5 on launch day, I wouldn't be surprised, like if you go to a Micro Center will probably have motherboards on hand that already have shipped with a BIOS that supports Ryzen 9000. However, the BIOS will most likely be a Agisa 1170, which is not the latest one, because this one's from May. So most likely, if the motherboard is new in the store and they say that it supports Zen 5 out of the box, it's probably going to be on a 1170 BIOS. So the first thing you're going to want to do is probably update to 1.2.00. But the nice thing is if it does have the 1170, you don't immediately have to do BIOS flashback. You can build the computer and then it'll work. Then you can update the BIOS later. But a lot of them are probably going to be sitting in the store that are on some ancient BIOS from last year or earlier this year, and you're going to have to use BIOS flashback to update to this. But it does have the latest one available as of July 12th. So this is like, man, this is like super good. Okay, manual. This is surprising. This is the sort of stuff though, like this is what makes building a PC, like planning a PC, so fun. Okay, so right here you get 3 M.2s, you got 2 here, and then you got 1 vertical along the DIMM slot over here. So what I want to see is the block diagram. How do I rotate this? Okay. So, okay, there it is. Intel USB 4 control. So it has the Thunderbolt 4 controller. And like I said earlier, with 100% confidence, I declared you could connect a monitor to that Thunderbolt 4 port. And sure enough, DisplayPort 1 is connected to that USB-C, which means the integrated graphics in the CPU can drive one monitor off of the HDMI. That's DP0, that stands for DisplayPort 0. Then we have DisplayPort 1, so a second monitor can connect off of USB-C. So it has DisplayPort. You can run dual monitors with no graphics card off this motherboard. Like, that's super good value. You literally have multi-monitor support on a sub $300 motherboard. And it's DisplayPort 1.4, which means you can literally drive multiple 4K monitors off of this motherboard. Yeah, HTZ, thanks for the heads up, man, because this one would have slipped under the radar, like, for sure. Yeah, this is good. This is a very good find. Okay, SATA, we got 4 SATA, no RAID on the SATA because we have ASM 1061s. They're taking a single PCI Gen 3 and they're splitting it to get 2 SATA ports. They do that for the other one as well. But no one really uses RAID on SATA anymore. Wi-Fi takes 1 lane. The Intel NIC, the 2.5 gig NIC, takes 1 lane. So, and then we got a bunch of USB over here. The nice about ASRock's documentation is they tell you, they literally tell you if it's a front header for your case or if it's a rear USB port on the motherboard, on the back of the motherboard. And the really cool thing, they even tell you if the BIOS flashback port is wired to the chipset or the CPU. In this case, the BIOS flashback wires directly to the chipset. And honestly speaking, I think it's like that for every single motherboard, because think about it. In order to do BIOS flashback, you don't need a CPU, nor do you even need DDR5. So it makes sense that the BIOS flashback port is wired to the chipset and not the CPU socket. So that's interesting. So, okay. And then you, okay, so where's my, what I want to see here is where are the M.2? So, okay, M.2 up here, Gen 5. And then we have the graphics slot is also Gen 5. And then down here we have the second M.2, that's Gen 4. And then we have a PLX switch, which will allow either the third M.2 or the X4 PCIe slot. So there are some trade-offs. This is where the negatives of the, like, you know, there's no such thing as the perfect motherboard. Now we're starting to see where some of the compromises were made. But I would still say for a gaming PC, this is still an excellent motherboard. For productivity, I would probably have to go with something else because I would need all these M.2 drives and I would still need my X4 slot. I cannot have one and not the other. I have to have both. So this motherboard would not work for me personally in terms of what I need. But for a gaming PC, that's not really an issue. So it's, yeah, that's a fair trade-off. And keep in mind, this is a B650 motherboard, and that's the reason why it has to have lane sharing, because it's not the dual chipset. So, but overall, it's still, man, like, you can't really beat this price point. The fact that it has full Thunderbolt and USB 4, though, like, at this price point, man, that's crazy. And it's straight up like Intel Thunderbolt on the AMD. Oh man, this one's good. This is a really good find. Okay, yeah, this one, like, hands down, it's gonna be hard to beat this in terms of value. All right, so let's continue on. Oh, someone was asking earlier the RAM. Okay, let's look at the RAM. So QVL, is this the, okay, this is it? Not storage, we're gonna look at memory QVL. Alright, the 96 gig, right? So that means you would look for the 48 gig DIMM. Yeah, here it is. I think this is the RAM that I'm running. One of these two. Hynix MDI. There you go. It supports the 6448 gig DIMMs. The ones that I'm personally using right now would work on this motherboard. So yeah. Okay. So memory. So for a gaming PC, we need 32 gigs of RAM or 48. Let's try to go with, what do we want to get? 6,000? 2x16? CL30. Actually, hold on. Just remove this thing. Corsair Vengeance. Is that good? It's cheap. Oh no, this is even cheaper. Corsair Vengeance RGB. G-Skill Trident. Team Group T4. This is 104. Wait, this one's 92. This one's sub 100. Oh yeah, this stuff looks good. Do we need RGB? I don't think so. I personally would not want RGB on the RAM because when you put the computer to sleep, the RAM doesn't turn off the lights. This is CL30. Okay, let's go with this. This is sub 100. That's good. If this was a micro center, it would probably be free, but okay. Go towards Team Group or G-Skill. Okay, this is the best price though. This is like, what's this silicon power value? Silicon power value. $85. CL30, 1.35 volts. If you put the computer to sleep and if you have RGB on your RAM and you put your computer to sleep, yes, the RAM lights will not turn off. They will stay on, even though the computer is asleep. They will only turn off if you shut the computer down. So, RGB RAM, for those that don't know, RGB RAM, so for example, this stuff from G-Skill, this RAM has RGB. if the computer is off, like it's completely powered off, yes, the lights are off on the RAM. However, if you use S3 mode, which is known as sleep or sometimes standby, it is S3, which in Windows it's called suspend to RAM. In the Windows XP era, this was called standby mode. In the Windows 7, 8, 10, and 11, it was called sleep mode. Who puts their computer to sleep? I put my computer to sleep. I never shut my computer off. I always use sleep. All my desktops, they sleep. So this RAM, I have Trident Z. This RAM, the lights are never off on my computer. Every other light in the room is off except this RGB. The RGB is still scrolling all the lights, even though the computer is asleep. So, yeah. So if you use sleep mode on your desktop and you have RGB RAM, I do not recommend RGB RAM for that reason, because your lights, your RAM lights, will never turn off. They'll always be on. I'm speaking from personal experience. So, well, the thing is, the computer is asleep, Sid. So, like, its power consumption while it's asleep is like, what? Like less than 10 watts? It's like 5 watts or something. It's like anywhere from like 2 to 7 watts while it's asleep. So it's not really using a lot of power. But the LEDs on the memory don't turn off, which is annoying. So it's not a problem if your computer is not in your bedroom. But if your computer is in your bedroom and you're trying to sleep and you use sleep on your computer, just know that your RGB RAM will be blaring brightly with its rainbow glow while you're trying to sleep the whole time, 24/7. So that's the thing about using RGB RAM. So that's why I personally am not a fan of RGB RAM. I prefer RAM that does not have RGB for that reason. So, here, let's go with the T-Create Expert 32 gig, because I think that one doesn't have lights and it's sub $100. So far we're already at $700. What was our budget? Was our budget $2,200 or was it $1,500? I'm trying to remember what it was. Because what was the original target price again? Does anybody remember? $2,200? Okay. $2,200. All right, storage. What's a good like SSD? Do we really need a Gen 5 SSD? I don't think we do. I think the TN470 would be good. This one is like 2 terabyte for $142. This one is actually very, very good for that price. TN470 for like sub 160. NVMe pricing has gone up throughout this year. So it used to be you could get an SSD like this for closer to $100, but the price of flash RAM has gone up. So this is Gen 4. This is a very, very fast SSD. Very good SSD. So I don't know, man. 142 is a very good price. Let's see what is a good alternative. Samsung 980 is too expensive. It isn't even that much better. It isn't even better. The 990 is a little bit better, but it's not worth that amount of money. Although, oh, that's 4 terabyte though. No, I think 2 terabyte is the right target. So like, if we're talking like production workstation, like if we're talking content creation, I would have to suggest 4 terabyte. But because we're talking gaming PC, I would say 2 terabyte. I would not recommend anything smaller than a 2 terabyte currently. So what I would say is I think that TN470 is probably gonna be the best one. What about the P3 Plus? The P3 Plus is Gen 4 for the, okay, see, like this one is $117.99. That's a good price. This one's not that fast though. This is not maxing out Gen 4. Kingston NV2. Oh, okay, that's a good price. I don't know anything about this drive though. Like, I don't know how this compares to a TN470. Inland TN470 is extremely fast at the price point. I don't know what this is though. Is this good? The Crucial T500 is Gen 5 though. So, well, hold on. Like, what is the Crucial T500? Is it? Wait a minute. Oh no, not T500. I meant T700. T700. Yeah, T500 is Gen 4. Yeah. This is good. This is good, but can't we go lower than 150 though? Kingston has a poor record. Crucial's good. See, I'm really thinking like P3 Plus, like this price point. I like this price point. 117. SN850X. Why? Why? I mean, it's good, but why? I'm not sure why. I think P3 Plus is probably the best one. So, like, for the price, like, I don't know if you're gonna be able to beat that one. TN470 is 142. TN470 is basically like SN850 without having to pay that SN850 price. So I would definitely go with TN470 over the SN850. Unless the SN850 was cheaper. SN850X was no, that's too expensive. No. P3 Plus, man. P3 Plus is probably where it's at. Okay, P3 Plus. Okay, from Crucial. So we are currently at $871. Team Group T-Force. Hey, thanks for stopping by. Alright, T-Force G70. Like, is this... So, okay, this one is more expensive. But I'm assuming this one's maxing out the speed, right? Like, is this good? I don't... Honestly, I don't know anything about T-Force SSDs. All I know is T-Force sells RAM. Like, I didn't even know they had SSDs. So I don't stop you from posting links. However, YouTube stops you from posting links. So I have no control over that. So if you post a link, it's automatically going to get deleted from YouTube. So it's like, yeah. Unfortunately, if you post a link, I won't be able to see it. Just, what's the model number? Oh, you're debating getting... Oh, after the PC build is done, so you can... Okay, you want to post the build link? G70, okay, it's... So it's 140... It's 140 versus the 118. So the question is it worth that extra $22? Is it worth the $22 to get that higher speed? I mean, it might be. SN770. See, that's a good price. 120 or 119. It's basically 120. Wait, is this Gen 4? I don't know. What do you guys think? You think this one? You think the Western Digital SN770 is good? Is not a good pick in current market? Oh, it doesn't have cache? Do a lot of these sub 150 ones have cache though? That's the thing. A lot of them aren't going to have it, I think, or they're not going to have a lot. It doesn't have cache. I think the P3 Plus is a good... It's not the fastest. It's not the fastest, but I think this is the good value at that price point. So, alright, let's just stick with that. We may revisit storage, but I think let's move on. So, a video card. So this is a 1440p computer, right? So instantly that immediately makes me think of the GRE. That immediately makes me think of the GRE. Because the GRE, currently, if you're trying to build a 1440p gaming PC, there is no better value than the GRE right now. Like there's no other GPU that can match the GRE in terms of the price point, the amount of memory you're getting, and the performance you're getting. So GRE is definitely the way to go. I would probably recommend the Magnetic Air. Unfortunately, for whatever reason, it's not listed here. Like, you can't add it, so we can't go with this one. That's what I would recommend in the current market. The XFX Quicksilver Magnetic Air is probably the best one, but it's completely sold out. The 7800 XT is good, but I would say the GRE... let's do 7800 XT. 7800 XT is fine, but the problem is the GRE exists. If the GRE did not exist, then yeah, then the 7800 XT and even the 4070 Super would also be up for consideration. But because the GRE exists, it just, right now, the 7900 GRE around like $550 is just, it just blows everything else out of the water. Like, all the 7800 XTs, all the 4070 Supers, all those cards just get blown out of the water. They just go into the air and they just crash down broken. So it's like, it's hard to recommend anything else. Now, you can find an XT, like a 7800 XT for under $500. I mean, that's going to be really good at sub 500. This is very good. But the problem is, even at that price, the $550 GRE, I think, is still a better deal. So, especially like when it's sub 550. Like, this XFX Merc is 530. Like, that is hard to compete against. It's just, there's a lot of reasons why GRE is good, especially like with the way the AI apps are maturing, especially on Windows. Like, AMD cards are ramping up fast in the AI space right now, and the GRE is just straight, like, because the GRE is the big Navi, like, it's like the big die. You know what I'm saying? It's like Navi 31. So it's the really good one, is what I'm saying. It's the one that has all the official support for the AI stuff. So that coupled with the fact that it's 16 gigs of VRAM, you know, it's in that mid-range, like, it's basically like a PlayStation 5 price range. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, man, it's so hard to compete against this card right now. Like, this card is just, it just exuberates value. So the question is, which one? I wanted to choose the Magnetic Air because the Magnetic Air is so good. This is so good. This is Innovation Award of the Year when it comes to graphics cards. This graphics card, hold up, since I can't find it on here. Quicksilver AMD GRE Magnetic Air from XFX. It literally has, if I play this, is it gonna like, okay, hold up, it has like music. I don't want to get like demonetized or whatever. Okay, so why is it playing like, okay, why is it playing like that? It's playing at such a weird speed. Anyway, it has It has the magnetic quick disconnect fan. That's what I wanted to show you guys. So the thing about it is there's no screws on the fans. So like the fans, if for whatever reason the fan ever breaks, they can literally just send you another one, and there's no like sticking the screwdriver trying to undo the fan. You just pull the fan off and it snaps back on because of the magnets. So that is so cool. And not even that, like the fact that this is the easiest GPU to clean. You literally just pull the fans off and you vacuum all the dust and you put the fans back on. It's like the lowest maintenance GPU in existence right now. So it's just straight up good. Like, so this is the one that I would personally choose. If I was like, if I could choose it, we would be selecting it from this list. But unfortunately, okay, PC part picker. So we're gonna have to go with something else just to complete the build. But it also uses PTM. Yeah. Well, it's also the newest. It's the magnetic air from XFX is also literally the newest AIB cards on the market. Like they literally came out a few months ago, I think. Like I literally think they came out around Computex. It was like they were announced at Computex, and you can get them now if they're in your area. But yeah, those things are like those are the ones that I would go with. But anyway, we can't choose it, so let's just choose some other one, I guess. The cheapest one would be the Merc or the Challenger from ASRock. Now the thing is, the ASRock Challenger is a 2-fan, so it's probably gonna run hotter and louder than the Merc because the Merc's a triple fan. So if it was me, I'm probably gonna go with the Merc. The Gigabyte Gaming OC also is a triple fan. This one looks like it's okay, but I don't know. I kind of think, I mean, it's $550. Why get this Gigabyte over this XFX Merc when the Merc is cheaper? Power Color Hellhound. Yeah, this one's fine. This one's fine. I just think, like, if this triple fan is $529 versus this one at $550, I don't see why I need to get the extra $20. I don't know why I need to spend the extra $20. You see what I'm saying? Same thing with the Sapphire Pure, because the Sapphire Pure is also good, just like the Hellhound. I think the Hellhound actually is thicker. Like, I think it has even more metal. Oh no, it's a double slot. So I'm not sure. At $550, try a Sapphire. Yeah, the Sapphire is good. Is there a Sapphire at $550 though? The Pure is $560. The Pulse is $570. You see what I'm saying? Like, the Sapphire is not $550. Sapphire is good though. Acer Nitro. Wait, Acer. Hold up, Acer? What? I didn't know. Wait, what? Acer makes GREs? What? Okay, apparently Acer makes AMD cards at this price point. I didn't know that. Gigabyte Gaming is their mid top, same as Hellhound. What is this one? No image. Why are there like these XFX ones that don't even have any? Asus Tough. See, Asus Tough is like, wait a minute, no, that one's out of stock or something. That's not a correct price. And same thing with the Nitro, it's out. So, oh, the Nitro's there, but the Nitro, typically is the retail price for the Sapphire Nitro is typically $560 or $570. So at $600, it's too much. Like, it's still a good card, but like, I mean, I don't think you'd go wrong with any of these lower priced ones, to be honest. So like the Steel, like if you're doing a white build, the Steel Legend looks good. The Sapphire Pure looks good. Is the GRE close to the XT, or is it a step down? It is a step down, but you can overclock it. From what I've heard, the GRE is a good overclocker, but the difference is the memory bus. The memory bus is what, like 256 on the GRE? Is it 256? You guys need to correct me if I'm wrong on that. I think it's 256, whereas the The higher end, the XT is a wider one. Matt would know because Matt has a GRE. I've never tested the GRE. I have tested the 7800 XT. I did a review on the channel of the 7800 XT, so I'm very familiar with the 7800 XT. I have a 7900 XT, and obviously I'm using an XTX, but I have never tested a GRE, so I don't know. I know that the GRE is between the 7800 XT and the 7900 XT. I don't know. I'll probably just go with this one because it's the cheapest one and it's still a triple fan. If that magnetic air was on the list, though, or if the nitro was in stock, we'd probably go with that one. Okay, so here, now we are at $1,400. $1,400. I want to look at one thing, though, on the graphics card. If we wanted to go with NVIDIA, RTX 4070 Super would be the closest comparison. But see, the problem with the RTX 4070 Super is it starts around $600. So the problem with this card is that it is, like I said earlier, the 7900 GRE blows everything else completely out of the water that are adjacent to it. So the 7800 XT, get that thing out of here. The RTX 4070 Super as well, get that thing out of here. So, because this thing is, they're trying to like charge more and for less. So it's like 12 gigs. So it's like 600. No. See, so that's the reason why we wouldn't go with that. I just wanted to address that because someone's probably wondering like, well, what about the NVIDIA card? It's like, yeah, there's an NVIDIA card, but it's offering worse value currently. Especially for 1440p. That's the reason why the 7900 GRE is just so good. Okay, now for the case. The case, now, I don't like small form factor. So, I would instantly go Fractal Torrent. I would instantly go for Fractal Torrent. But, I don't know what we're doing. Like, this is a gaming build. Someone's saying, Nero's saying Antec. Now, that's a name I haven't seen in a while. Antec. Does Antec have new cases? Or are these cases from like 5 years ago? Antec is like a really good brand. I mean, but I don't know what they have that's current. The thing that has you stuck on what GPU to get is the constant DLS ray tracing dock point. Yeah, that's not... So, I'll say this. The ray tracing thing doesn't really... Like... That's not gonna really be a determining factor right now because the technology is too new. And you said 1440p, or I guess the chat is saying we're building a 1440p. So we are speccing this build for 1440p native resolution. We're not speccing this build for 1440p upscaling. No, we're not talking about upscaling. So DLSS and all that stuff, no. If you want to like save money on the GPU, like for instance, if I want a game at 1440p, but if I need to like save a lot of money on the GPU, then I'm going to be buying a $300 graphics card and I'm going to be using upscaling the whole time for the games that require it. So that's the reason why we want GRE, because with GRE, you don't need to worry about upscaling because upscaling is never going to be as good or as true to the original art form as native resolution. So just keep that in mind, because the thing with the upscaler is that every game's going to be different in terms of the art direction, and that's going to impact how the upscaler interprets the image, regardless of whether we're talking about DLSS-based upscaling or temporal-based upscaling or even spatial upscalers, so stuff like FSR and those sort of things. So that's the reason why the way I build PCs is I don't build the PC thinking about, oh, do I need to consider DLSS? No, I don't build PCs that way. If someone tells me 1440p, then we're gonna put a GPU in there that's powerful enough to handle 1440p gaming at that resolution. Not upscale this, upscale that. No, like that's no. That's not how you build PCs. that's all I can say on that. What is that case? Wait, oh. We have to choose the case. Antec. Performance. What is this? Okay, this looks okay. The Antec. Performance. To be honest, this looks kind of like... Okay, wait, it really has a display? Does that have a display on the top at that price point? Okay, 2.5 inch. I see a single 3.5 inch. And what goes here? This is just Velcro for cable management. I guess there's a drive mount somewhere on the side over there. This is kind of like, this reminds me of a Cooler Master case that I used to have. The way that the glass, like, opens that way instead of, like, hinged. I actually like that it's not hinged. One thing I've learned with the LandCool 3 is I do not like hinged designs. For the glass panels, I really don't like the hinges. Because the glass is so heavy and the hinges are hard to remove. Especially when it's new. Because they're torqued on there so hard, it's like hard to remove. Yeah. The grill at the front looks... It's what I will say, it looks cool. I question if it has problems with the impeding the airflow. Now, it's not going to impede the airflow as bad as like a case that has a panel on the front or glass on the front. Those I think are terrible. But this is okay. I mean, the Fractal Torrent has cutouts like this. But if this is angled weird, then it's almost like it's got a plenum. If anyone knows what that means, we're talking about like server stuff in a data center. But this is like a weird intake grill. But it looks like it's probably okay. I mean, the price point's good. How does this compare to like a LandCool 3 though? LandCool 3. LandCool 3. Okay, LandCool 3 is more expensive. Yeah, that Antec case is a good price point. 116, huh? Okay, we'll just add that one then. Hold up. One thing about it though, how many... I want to see the back. Does it have a picture of the back? Oh wait, I can count them from here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, yeah, this one wins. This one wins. I was gonna say, this one's got 8. This one's got the full 8 slots. Not every case, not every mid-tower case has the full 8 slots. Example, Fractal Torrent. Fractal Torrent, even the big Fractal Torrent, not the compact, the full-size Fractal Torrent only has 7 of the PCIe brackets on the back. It's got 7. The total number is 8. And this Antec case has all 8, which means this case can support like any sort of productivity, add-in cards, blah, 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 whatever you want to put at the bottom of the motherboard, assuming you have a PCIe slot at the bottom of the motherboard. And I think in this case, the Tai Chi Lite does, or actually, no, I don't think it does. But regardless, it has that 8th slot. And if we go back here and look, yeah, so that's not really a thing that the Tai Chi Lite needs. But it's one of those future-proofing things that it's nice to have that 8 slot on the actual case. So, see, these are the sort of things that I look for when I evaluate PC builds, like, or products like this. Like, does it actually, if it's gonna be full, oh wait, this is full tower? Okay, well that's why it has 8 then. Because mid towers, not every mid tower has 8. Some do. The LandCool does have, LandCool 3 has 8 slots, even though it's considered a mid tower case. But this is a full tower case, so this is different. Which means this is actually larger than I thought it was. Yeah, it certainly has a lot of height above the motherboard. And then you can see it's got space well below the motherboard. So yeah, this is a full tower. So the question is, do we really want a full tower? That price point for a full tower, though, is actually a pretty good price for a full tower. Typically, a mid tower is what I would do if I was building. If I was building a gaming PC, I don't know if I would get a full tower case. That's a really big case for a gaming PC. It also comes with 3 Storm T3 PWM fans. Yeah, but it's a full tower case though. I don't know how I feel about that. Like a gaming PC with a full tower case. See, I'm somebody who doesn't like small form factor, but if we're talking like really big case like this, I question whether or not that's actually needed or if that's actually desired if it was a gaming PC. You know what I'm saying? So that's a good price though. All right, let's try a different one. Montech Air 903. Which one? There's max, there's base. Oh, base. Okay. It's got like a mesh grill at the front. It's that mesh intake. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Notice how it has the standard 7 PCIe slots instead of the 8 PCIe slots. So you have 7. So this is a standard mid tower because it has 7 instead of 8. Now there are mid towers that do have 8, like the LandCool 3, for example. But those are probably gonna be more expensive. See, it's got the 7. I mean, this one looks like a standard case. This is the top of it. So the buttons are on the top. I like that the buttons are on the top. See, the thing is, most people put their desktop on the floor. They don't put it on their desk. So that's why a lot of cases put the buttons on the top, because they... Now, what's weird, the only thing that's kind of weird is how the buttons are on the right side instead of the front. But I understand why they're on the right side, and that's because it's better to route the cables from the motherboard that will go into the cables that will then run up to the top here. It's better to have the cables managed that way for the case, for the designer of the case. That's why it makes sense. But the most of the time, the case is toward the person's right. So like the buttons being on the right side of the case means that if you have the case on the desk, it means you're gonna have to like reach way over to like get the power button. Or if it's on the floor, you still have to like reach over across the case to reach the buttons, versus like if they were up at the front of the case, for example. So, but that's not terrible. That's not, I would not consider that a deal breaker. I'm just pointing out that that is a case design choice that they went with. One thing I do like is that there's no glass on the side, on the back side panel. I do not like tempered glass on both sides. I think it's a waste of glass. It just makes the case unnecessarily heavier. And it's like no one looks at this side of the computer anyway, so why does there need to be tempered glass here? So I like that this does not have tempered glass. It just drives the price up for no reason, and it just makes the case heavier and more annoying to carry. This price is good though, $65. Okay, what was the other one? So there was another one, like Nero had mentioned one of them. What was the one before this one? There's so many comments, I lost it. And to P20C. P20C for 85. Why is there another one? There's like a $60 one. Oh, this one. This looks a lot like a Corsair case. I'm not gonna lie. This looks like a Corsair case. This looks a lot like a Corsair case. This looks like the 4000D. Is it a 7? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, it's got 7 slots. Man, that single 3.5 inch drive tray, that just looks so weird. Where's the one that goes above it? That looks so weird. The buttons again, there they go. They're all putting them on the same side now. $60. The drive cage came out to, oh wait, one goes on the top of it? Or no, one goes underneath it. How are you gonna put the second one on top of that? Is there another mount? I guess there is. I assume there is. There's enough space to put one there. And 216 is top of the Gamers Nexus list. The which one? 216. Oh, the Land Cool? This one? I do think that the Lian Li branding, they have pretty much captured the design language of the front having this kind of like, you know what I mean? This angled line, this straight line that goes down, but it's at the quarter panel. I do think that Lian Li has the best looking quarter panel design on their cases. Like, this looks so good from the front, and from this 3/4 angled picture, the front of the case looks so good. Like, I do think Lian Li cases have a very nice look when looking at them from this angle and from the front angle. It's got really good airflow, or it has really good exhaust flow. Wait a minute, is that for real? Does it come with a fan that mounts like that? On the rear like that? Is that included? Wait a minute, hold on a second, wait a minute. Hold up. Wait a minute, this thing has a fan that goes on the back of the PCIe slots? Why have I never heard of this case before? This has this? This is the sort of thing. This is the sort of thing that like stands out. This is what I call innovation at its finest. I've never seen a case with fans that stick on the back. That literally have the little like cage things so that you don't cut your fingers off. It's gimmicky. It's gimmicky. You know why it's gimmicky? Because what if you have wires? What are you gonna do with the wires? You know what I'm saying? Like, the wire from the... Where's the PlayStation 5's HDMI cable going to go? That's my own... My immediate question to Lian Li is, where do I put my PS5 HDMI cable? From the capture card. From the AverMedia. Where is that gonna go? Is it gonna go right through the fan? Like, it's cool. It's a nice idea. It's just like no one's gonna use that at the end of the day. Like, it's a nice idea though. But yeah, it's definitely gimmicky. It's definitely gimmicky. Because the more I think about it, like, I'm looking down at my computer right now, and I'm like, okay, we got PS5. We have 10 gigabit LAN. We got USB 4 down there. We got Thunderbolt stuff connected. Like, it's not gonna, that fan's not gonna ever be used. It's not gonna be used. Now, if it's a gaming PC and you literally don't have like anything else in the computer except the graphics card, then yeah, then the gimmicky thing like this would actually, I could see someone using it if all they had was a graphics card in their computer. But if you actually use your computer to do like more than just play games, and you actually have add-in cards and things in the computer, then this fan's not gonna work. Like, it's, yeah. I mean, just real talk, like, that's a gimmick. That's a gimmick. That's the sort of thing that you see at like CES and Computex, and I call these things gimmicks because it's like it's something that catches the eye, so people will look at the booth and they'll want to see like what the company has to offer. But in practice, like in the real world, no one's gonna use it. That is a decent case of. I mean, it looks nice because, okay, I can tell you guys. First of all, one thing I like about the Lian Li design is that on the side, this lower area where the power supply goes, notice how it's mesh. It's mesh. So air can flow through the bottom quarter of the case as exhaust or intake, but typically it's going to be exhaust. So you have better air flow, you have better ambient flow to the case on the bottom side of it. So to me, that is actually good. More mesh for my dusty area. So the way you end up with dust is if you have negative pressure. Negative pressure means you have more exhaust than you have suction. So you have more air flowing out than you do going in. In that scenario, that's called negative pressure. And when that happens, dust tends to build up faster. And the reason why that is because if you have more exhaust force than intake force, the case always is going to have to maintain equilibrium. So if your intake is not performing the same as your exhaust, what's going to happen is that the exhaust is essentially going to suck air in from other parts of the case where the intake typically isn't located. So that could be down here, that could be from the sides, that could be from the screw mounts, like gaps in where the air can flow. That is why you get dust if you have negative pressure. If you have positive pressure, you're less likely to encounter dust problems, but you have more air going in than you have more air going out. So in general, you want it to be kind of 50-50 balanced. But if I had to choose one over the other, I would prefer positive pressure, meaning more intake than exhaust, versus negative pressure, where it's more exhaust versus intake. So, and that's mainly to prevent dust. Courtesy of the Sahara Desert. Coming over the Atlantic. Yeah. Yeah. But if you have positive pressure... So the one thing about Lian Li cases, though, I don't think this case has an actual dust filter on the front. I know the Lancool 3 does not have a dust filter. It just has the front mesh. So, yeah, if you live in a dusty environment, like, even if you have positive pressure, you're still going to have dust problems, regardless of whether it's positive or negative pressure. But in general, positive pressure is less prone to dust becoming a problem than negative pressure. So, yeah, this is a good one, though. The Lian Li for 80. I don't know, guys. I can't really decide. I like that Antec full tower. That price for a full tower is unbeatable. But I don't know if we really want to go with a full tower for a a gaming PC. Or what was that thing? Dual. What was the other case? Was there a third case that was mentioned? Let's put this one for now. So that's 80. So we're at like, we're still under 1500. We're right around 1500, but now we have to add the power supply. Yeah, it did have double glass. Yeah, I think, and this is sub 100, so yeah, I'll probably go with this. Power supply. So the power supply, we have a GRE. The X3 doesn't use that much power. So, and the GRE I think is like 250 watts. So we could go with a 750. What I would recommend though is, I personally would not go less than 850 if I was building a PC. Most 850s are good value right now. So the Corsair RM850X is very good. The Be Quiets are good, although I'm not that familiar with the Be Quiet power supplies. I know that they're really good. The Seasonic ones are expensive, and I wouldn't really go with a Seasonic unless it was going to be like a really, really high end, meaning it would be over 1000 watts. So GRE can pull 300 plus if you move the limiter up. Yeah, but I mean, it's still going to not exceed like an 850 watt unit. So I would say an 850 is really the target. I would probably just go with this one. I'd go with this. What do you guys think? The other one would be like a 1000 watt. I don't really know if a 1000 watt is necessary here. Seasonic Focus GX 1000 for 115. Some of these are just too much. You guys are saying 850E? Yeah, 850E probably. Oh, 850E. Hold on. This one? For 120? I feel like there was like a 1000 watt for only like $10 more. What about this one? Seasonic Focus? Seasonic Focus 1000 for 115. I feel like this is good. This is ATX 3.0, which means it comes with the native cable for the NVIDIA graphics cards. Not that we're going to need that, but it's good to have it. This one thing I like is this one has a very good fan grill. It doesn't impede the flow. So the thing that you want to look for when you're buying a power supply, you want to make sure that at the very least it has the 80 plus certification. If it doesn't even have the 80 plus certification, it's probably not worth getting because you don't know. It means it was never certified to a certain standard. The higher tier, typically the more efficient it will be at like the 40 to 60% load and the 89% load. It depends on how they test it, but there's a standard way of testing power supplies. It's based off of the how inefficient they are at certain load percentages. This is cybernetics gold. Yeah, I think this one is good. Like this one to me, 115 for a 1000 watt, 80 plus gold, and it's ATX 3.0 certified. ATX 3.0 certified means it includes the native power connector for the 12 volt high power connector. So that connector that everyone has been probably, if you're paying attention to tech news, you would see that like the 4090 cards were melting the connectors. That's still happening, unfortunately. All you gotta do is look up like videos on YouTube of repair channels where they literally get in a bunch of melted connectors and they have to resolder the boards and the connectors. So that being said, we're building a PC with a 7900 GRE. It's not going to need this connector. But that doesn't mean that we don't need this type of power supply, because what this means, what this signals to me, is that this power supply, the fact that it is certified and supports that native cable, it means that it can handle the transient spikes of a GPU that traditionally could cause a PC to literally shut off. So this power supply will not trip overcurrent protection or overpower protection, also known as OCP or OPP, or OVP, overvolt protection. It won't trigger that if you're benchmarking a game with an uncapped frame rate and the frame rate's really high and the power supply or the GPU uses a lot of power, for example. So what I can tell you is there are certain GPUs that had very, very high power spikes, transient spikes that were in the, like milliseconds in terms of the response time of how they would spike the voltage. So for example, the old RX Vega 64, it was notorious for having very high transient loads. We're talking above 600 watts in duration, or in like millisecond durations. And the Radeon 7 fixed all of that. The 6900 XT from AMD, the RDNA 2 flagship, that one has very bad transient spikes as well. The RTX 3090 and 3090 Ti, especially the 3090 Ti, those had very, very high transient spikes as well. So 4090 has pretty high transient load, but it doesn't have spikes that are as high unless you're overclocking it or you are doing like BIOS mods on the 4090. Then it can have very high spikes in excess of 600 watts. But in general, the newer cards are better behaved compared to the older cards. So like, for example, the 7900 XTX, that does not have power spikes that are as high as the 6900 XT. And neither one of them have power spikes that are as high as the Vega 64. So, or the 3090 Ti. So the newer the card, even though it's higher wattage, it's not as bad. So that being said, you would still want a power supply that has a good rating. So 80 plus gold, that's very good. Seasonic is a very good brand. Yeah, this is a good one. I'll probably go with this. $4090 plus 14900K pre-melt down the sun. Yeah, see, like that kind of combination is not a very good combination if you're like, unless you're just trying to benchmark. Like that to me is not a good combination. Like if you care about quality of life, like if you're gaming and you're gonna game for a long time, a 4090 plus a 14900K is probably not the best setup, because your room is going to turn into a sauna, unless you don't care about like running your AC all the time and having a very high power bill. Like that's basically what that combination is going to require. So I don't know about that. So Seasonic Focus is good power supply. So that's it, guys. 1596. So the total build is about $1,600. And this doesn't include tax. If you're in the US, you would have to tack on tax. So this is probably like an $1,800 build right here, realistically. And this does not include a monitor. I don't know if we need to include a monitor. You want to choose a monitor? Okay, choose a monitor. Okay, but see, the problem with talking about monitors, this is where we can easily add another hour to the live stream. Because this opens the whole can of worms for, oh, should we go with OLED or not? Or mini LED or standard IPS? Or maybe TN gaming? Like for that ultra low latency, the G to G, gray to gray response 2 millisecond. So I don't know, man. This is okay. OLED, 0.1 millisecond, but look at the price. Like, let's take a look at this. LG 65. Okay, first of all, we're not doing 4K, so this doesn't apply. Second of all, this is like $9,000. So this is really not, that's not relevant. So let's go ahead and filter this down. 1440p only. And are we trying to hit a, okay, $2,200, right? $2,200 was the build price point. Wait, you literally, well, hold on a second. Wait a minute. 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 This was in the list? This was in your list? I thought you wanted to build a 1440p gaming PC. This is not part of a 1440p gaming PC. This is not a 1440p display. This is a 4K display. This is the one you had in the list? Oh, the LG. Okay, I saw it. I see the message. Okay, hold on. LG Ultra Gear. This one? Is this good? 165 hertz. Is this is what is this, a regular IPS or is this a TN panel? Oh, this is an IPS. HDMI display port. I assume this is a FreeSync monitor. The fact that it's 165 hertz, it's a FreeSync monitor. It doesn't say it, but I'm assuming it is a FreeSync monitor. The 65 inch is scary. The 65 inch was scary. Man, when I first saw that LG thing, like what was that thing? This is like when you're playing Shadow of the Erdtree and you come out of the Dark Light Catacombs and you kill that boss that spams so many spells at you and keeps ringing the bell and summoning all the things. Then you see all these tombstones around you and you realize you're outside. And then you look around and you're like, wait a minute, what is this place? And you realize that you're basically in Silent Hill, but it's Elden Ring. And that's terrifying. That's a terrifying thought. That's what this is. This is what you call sticker shock. RK has this model. This? Oh no. Okay. Okay, let's move away from the $9,000 thing because that's just a distraction. This 27GP850-B. I like the fact that the model number has it gives you no hint of the fact that it's called an Ultra Gear. It's an Ultra Gear, but it's like, I could never tell that from the model number. You'll use this video as a reference. Okay. 27GP850. Is this similar to the one that we were talking about earlier? Or is this the one that's in the cart? Oh no, yours was a different one. It was the LG GR75QB. This one's a little bit cheaper, but they look almost the same. What's the difference? To me, this is fine. This is fine. Like, one thing I want to look at, though, is there... But not ultra-wide. Is there a thing for the size of the monitor? No. I was going to try to limit it to 24-inch. I can't do that. Okay, well, that's fine, whatever. There aren't really a lot of 24-inch 1440 anymore, especially the high refresh. Yeah, that one's good. What about this tough, though? This tough is cheaper. The Tough looks like it has a good stand. But do people not like Asus anymore? The Dell one is... Oh, the Dell one is even cheaper, though. Look at this. This Dell... This is another one. This is... Oh, does this one not have, like, a height adjustable stand? The meters on the side slider for inch limit. Wait, where is it? Oh, okay. Okay, let's do 25 inches max. Wait, for real? They have all these 1440p 23.8. Whoa, they still have these? No, they don't. You can't see. You can't add it to the cart though. See, this is what is this? This is an old TN, isn't it? Oh, this is IPS. This is an IPS. This is good. (23.8 QHD). Man, that's good. Oh, this is good. This is good. This is so good. HDR, I don't know about the HDR, because typically HDR at this price point is not really worth using. DisplayPort 1.4. Yeah, this is good, man. The smaller the screen, the better. If you have 20/20 vision, if you have good vision, or even if you're wearing glasses that gives you 20/20 vision, this is the best size. Trust me. 24-inch, 1440p. The best size for 1440p. This is such a good size for 1440p. It is so good. It is the ideal size for the 1440p. So good. This is what I would get. This is what I would get. It's 165 hertz. Does it have like the... I don't know who this is though. This is probably some Korean manufacturer. It's probably just a reselling of like the Optronics or whoever it is that makes the panel. Yeah, man, that one's good. BenQ 60 hertz. Dell, what is this? Dell, this is TN. This is a TN from Dell. Yeah, 24-inch 1440 is so good. It is so good. Okay, trust me. Literally, okay, the monitor that I am using to show you guys the browser right now is a 24-inch 1440p 144 hertz monitor. This is literally a 1440p. I am looking at a monitor that is physically the 23.8 inches right now. To look at PC Part Picker, I am looking at a 24-inch 1440p. Now this is a 144 hertz. This is 144 hertz. So this newer one is 165. But yes, especially if you want more than one monitor. If you want multi-monitor, like for example, triple screen, we want triple screens. They're all gonna be the same size. Can you imagine triple 24-inch 1440p 165 hertz, all in a nice line, all like almost like having a curved monitor, but having the benefit of the separate displays. Like, it's so good. 24-inch 1440p is so good. It's so crisp. The pixel density is so nice, but it is not going to cause visual fatigue. It's not going to cause eye fatigue the way 4K can cause at 27 inches. So if you have normal vision, I recommend 23.8 inches for 1440p. This is the best screen size for 1440p gaming. Think about it, especially if it's more competitive gaming. Because, think about it, if the screen is really big, you have to physically move your neck to look around. This is why I will never game on like a giant 40-inch or some whatever, you know, like some big physical panel. I don't do that because that's gonna be like, there's gonna be too much of this happening, like while gaming. Like, if I have a smaller physical display with the same resolution, like for example, 27-inch 1440 versus 24-inch 1440. 27-inch is physically larger, but it's the same pixel. It's the same pixel count. So it means I have to sit further back. I literally have to sit further back for the same result. Versus if I have a 24-inch, I can sit at a normal distance, still see everything, read everything on the screen. My peripheral vision can see all corners of the screen and locate everything on the screen. The bigger the screen, the harder it is to do that. So if you're playing a competitive game, like a first-person shooter, for example, smaller screens are always better because, and this is coming from people who play competitively, they'll tell you that smaller screens are better for gaming than larger screens. Unless if you're playing casual, you know, if you're just playing casual, like, okay, we're just playing, you know, like, I'm just gonna do some casual gaming, whatever, you know, like, okay, it doesn't really matter. Like, if I'm just gonna be sitting here, like, okay, I'm gonna have this thing, I'm just gonna be doing like this. Okay, I'm just gonna be casual gaming, walking around in Cyberpunk 2077. If we're just gonna be walking around, let's walk around in Cyberpunk 2077. If I'm casual, hey people, hey cat girls, I'm casual gaming right now. Hey, what's going on? You wanna do some gaming? You wanna do some gaming in Cyberpunk 2077? You guys wanna game? If I'm casual gaming right now, then a giant, like 42-inch, whatever, 4K, widescreen, ultra wide, whatever, you know, all this stuff. Okay, then yeah, then it's fine. But if we're competitive gaming, if we're like competitive, we're like super competitive gaming right now. Like, hold on, man. I'm competitively gaming. Hold on. I gotta craft all these things. Hold up. Yeah, I'm crafting. Yeah. Man, you're back into it. Yeah, let's go. Come on. If we're doing like this, if we're like competitive gaming, then no, we're gonna have a physically small screen because I need to see everything that's happening. Yeah. See, they're agreeing with me. See that? They're agreeing with me. So yeah. The point is 24-inch 1440p is the best screen size, the best resolution for that screen size, hands down. Like, no. No. I don't care what people say when it comes to 27-inch 1440p. I respectfully disagree. 24-inch is so much better. So much better. Yeah, and you know how I'm someone who can speak from experience. People who are going to say, no, that's too small. No. I bet you they've never used a 24-inch 1440p monitor. I have a 27-inch 4K monitor. I can drop that down to 1440p. Literally right next to my 24-inch 1440p. And what I can tell you, 24-inch 1440 looks crisper, looks better than 27-inch 1440p. 27-inch 1440p is for people who do not have the best vision, I guess, or they sit further back. They just sit further back. They just game like this. This is how they game. Like, what are you doing right now? I'm gaming. I'm just gaming. What are you doing? No, I'm gaming. For real. For real. Are you really gaming? Yeah, no, I'm gaming. See, no, hold on. Look, see, I'm gaming. Watch. Look, see? Look, I'm in Cyberpunk 2077. Hold up. Look at this motorcycle. I'm gaming right now. Look at that. This is some gaming. This is gaming right now. This is gaming. This is gaming at a 27 inch. At 27 inch, I'm sitting like this. You know why? Because it's 27 inches. It's 27 inches. I gotta sit back here so I can see the whole screen. So I can see what's gonna happen. I gotta sit like this. See? I just gotta sit like this the whole time. Now you can sit like this, but it's like, okay, now the screen's so big that it's like, okay, I gotta look over here. I gotta go look over there. You know, yeah. No, I'm gonna have to sit like this the whole time. So, I don't know. It's personal preference at the end of the day. That being said, trust me, 24-inch 1440 is the way to go. Okay, am I able to search your thing? Hold on. Am I gonna even be able to do that? Well, I mean, if you just say, put in the chat, just copy paste the parts. We can just look up the parts. That's probably gonna be the easiest way. Completed builds. Oh wait, hold on. Maybe I can find it this way. I can't find you for some reason. Can't find you, man. I don't know what's going on. Just tell us the yeah, just tell us the parts, I guess. We just look up the parts. But yeah, I would probably, like, if I was gonna choose one, it'd probably be this one. 165-inch. 1440. Man, this is so good. Is this IPS, right? Man, this is actually tempting to get. But I told myself I'm done buying 1440p monitors. That's a good price too for that refresh rate. If you're in the Discord server for the YouTube channel, I think you can just post in the general or in the tech help, I guess. If you're in there. The Discord link to join the Discord channel for the game tech reviews, it's in the description of the video. Just click on the Discord icon in the description of this video of the live stream. But yeah, this is that's it, guys. Like, I think this is the build. 1,800. It's about $2,000. So yeah, this is it. You can build a 1440p high-end gaming PC for under $2,200. The last part of the thing, the what? How do I look that up though? Like, oh, okay. Oh, you know what? You can tell us the URL. Right? Doesn't it save it? Okay, 9NNMWG. Huh? Did it change it? What? How come it didn't go to it? I hit enter. Weird. Oh, in the address bar? Okay, here we go. Is this it? Is this the build? This one is even less than the one that I had. The one I had was like 1900. This is 16. Okay. It has different RAM. It has a different motherboard. It has a much cheaper motherboard. It has a fractal design case, which is actually more expensive than the case that we went with. The power supply is... I think we had a better power supply than this, didn't we? Wasn't the power supply also like $115, but it was a Seasonic 1000 watt? Whereas this is an 850 for 113. I think the power supply that I chose in the original build was better. Oh, this is just one you put together? I'll tell you right, the reason why yours is cheaper... Well, first of all, yours doesn't have a monitor. The build that I did included a monitor. And it was like, the total bill was like, what, 1800 something? Wasn't it? This was the build. This is the build. We came up with a build for 1856. 1856. See? And that includes a monitor, guys. Like, this is hard to beat. And it has a 2 terabyte SSD. 2 terabyte SSD. The other build that you did was a 1 terabyte SSD. This is a better deal. This is a better deal. If you have the URL, what's the end of the URL? Just tell us like this part of the URL. We can put that in and we can look at it that way. Just put this section of the URL in the chat. You can't post the full link, but you can at least post the end of it. Now, I think this one is a... Okay, if I remove the monitor... 1596. 1596 without the monitor, see? Okay, now we can look it up. VDPHH3. Okay, this is your build. This is it. Okay, let's see. Okay, it's pretty much in the same price category. It's in the same amount that what we came up with. Leanne Lee. So the one question I have on this is, are you trying to do small form factor? Because this is a really small case. This is a micro ATX. So are you really trying to do a small build? What is this? Tambi... What? HDZ... I'm also of San Juan, Puerto Rico. My Spanish is not that good. I mean, I can understand what you're saying. Yo también. You're basically saying you're also from... Or you're also of San Juan. Wait, what are we... Are we really doing a small form factor? The case is not that small. Yeah, but it's still... The thing is, the case is a micro ATX case, though. You really want a micro ATX case? You want to keep that in mind. Like, this is meant... Can this fit... Hold on. I didn't even look at what the motherboard was. What's the motherboard? Oh, so you really are doing a small form factor. This is micro ATX. There's no reason for me to upgrade the mag. Yeah, no, man. The Ace is still top tier. Like, Ace is still top tier. There's no reason to change from that. At least not until X870. Like, we're looking at what's available in the market at launch. But, yeah, no, man. Ace is still like, whoa, man. Ace is like top tier. Like, nothing changes there. Nothing changes there. B650M, though, like this to me, this sounds like you're building a small form factor. The case literally says micro ATX. And I can tell right now, look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4. This has 4 PCIe brackets. It doesn't even have 7. So this is definitely small form factor. It's not ITX, but it's MATX. So to me, this can't fit a full size ATX board. This is micro ATX. Yeah, but MATX, micro ATX, I consider that small form factor. Because you're not doing, like, the case does not provide the standard 7 bracket slots. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, are we really doing a small form factor build? I guess we're doing a small form factor build. I mean, that's fine. I just think, like, for the same amount of money, we already spec'd out a full, like a standard mid-tower build with a case that has all the standard PCIe slots. So, and it's still pretty much the same amount of money. Like, you're spending more on this, which is fine. It's not that much more. It's like, what, $14, $15 more? It's like $15 more for the RGB fans, essentially. And I mean, the motherboard is sub 150. It's B650. So you got PCI Gen 4 on the graphics slot. It has a single Gen 5 SSD slot right there. It has 2 more, it looks like, except one of them says it's Wi-Fi. You can add Wi-Fi to it, but it doesn't have Wi-Fi built in. So I don't know how I feel about that. Small form factor, definitely to me, small form factor feels like it'll be more likely that a small form factor will end up using Wi-Fi at some point in that build's lifespan. So if I was doing a small form factor, I would actually get a motherboard that has Wi-Fi included, even if I'm not going to use it. But you don't have to do that. It's just that's something that I would pay more attention to if I was building a small form factor build. Small form factor, I think, is more likely to run into a situation where it's going to be mobile. So Wi-Fi is more of a requirement versus like a full-blown desktop, full tower. You know, it's going to be planted on the floor. It's going to have a 2.5 gig NIC in use day one. If not 10 gigabits. So it's like, you know, that's just, to me, it just kind of stands out. Like, this motherboard doesn't have Wi-Fi from the start. You have to add it to it later on. So I don't know how I feel about that. But yeah, 1800 for this. Unless you're space constrained, I personally think that the build that we did earlier was better than this one. I don't know, what does the chat think? Do you guys think that this small form factor is good for this price point? For like 1800? So with tax, this is gonna be like 2000. This will be like over $2,000, but it's still gonna be under $2,200. 3-fan GPU isn't wise for... no, I wouldn't say that. If the case... So the only thing with the GPU, if the case is long enough to fit the graphics card, it shouldn't be a problem. I would be more concerned about the height. Is the case wide enough? It looks like it is wide enough to fit the air cooler for the CPU. This is what I would want to look at. It says there's some compatibility notes. Some physical constraints are not checked. RAM. Oh, RAM clearance. Oh, this will work. This is low profile. That's fine. That's not going to be a problem. Will the 15900K come out around the same time? No, I don't think so. I think they're launching separately. Hey Osby, it's been a while. Change to AIO and 2-fan GPU for small form factor. Do we need that though? Like, is that necessary to do? You can still do a giant air cooler in a small form factor build. Yeah, I agree with you, HDZ. I really think the Tai Chi Lite is a better choice than this. I mean, what was here? This is $240 though, and this is $134. So it's like over $100 more. It's like $105 more, but it's like so much more. It's like you get so much more stuff. And the thing is, when we spec'd out the entire build, the price point that I had was in the same ballpark as this, and it was like a full standard mid tower with a better motherboard. What is it about this build that's making it more expensive? Or like, why is this? What in here is making it like? You know what I'm saying? It doesn't look like it's that much different from my. Okay, the cooler is more expensive. The motherboard's cheaper. The RAM is like way more expensive though. Oh, you're doing 64 gigs of RAM. That's where the difference is. We did 32 gigs. We did 32 gigs for like $100. That's where the difference is. You're doing 64 gigs. I mean, you can do that. This is the reason why. You did 64 gigs of RAM. I mean, it's fine. Like, it's not bad to go with 64 gigs of RAM. It's just like for a pure gaming PC, you don't really need it. You should also consider 48 gigabytes of RAM, though. I think 48 is the number that no one looks at. You know what I'm saying? TR331 Trek just subscribed to the channel. Thanks for that sub. I don't know if you're watching this live. I feel like the people that are watching live are either already subscribed to the channel or they don't subscribe while I'm live for whatever reason. And the people that are not in the chat are like watching one of my random YouTube videos and they're subscribing from the YouTube videos. So that I acknowledge that they subscribe to the channel, but they never are here. Like they're not watching the live stream when that happens. That's what I've noticed. Like I feel like only a handful of subscribers were actually watching live when they subscribed. If it's for you, 64 is a must. I would say 48 is actually quite good though. 48 gigs is pretty good because 48 gigs is using the newer 24 gigabyte DIMMs, which are, from what I understand, the 24 gig and the 48 gig DIMMs tend to overclock better because they're of a newer binning than the older ones, than the 32 gig, the 16 gig DIMMs. Those are harder to overclock. So yeah, 48. I mean, there's a reason why I say that 48 gig kit is the magic number. Like, that's the magic RAM, right? Because it's the one that does 8,000. It's only 1.35 volts. It doesn't run hot. I mean, it's relatively it's a new binning. It just came out like, I think November of last year or something. So it's like really new. You get better performance with more RAM, but there is no difference with 48 and 64. Yeah, that's why, well, there is a difference. There is a difference, HTZ. The difference is, if you're doing 2x24, 2x24 is dual single rank. If you're doing 64, that's 2x32. A 32 gig DIMM of DDR5 is a dual rank DIMM. So that's the reason why 24 gig DIMMs can overclock so much better, and they're much easier to train than the 32 gig DIMM, because the 32 gig DIMM is a dual rank DIMM. Eventually, they're probably going to make single rank versions of 32, just like how they kind of did the same thing with DDR4. but that's still a ways off. So yeah, that's the reason why I'm telling you guys, like, if you guys want the sweet spot for a decent amount of RAM, but also the potential to hit high clocks at lower voltages, you definitely should be checking out the dual 24 gig DIMMs, because those are single rank DIMMs. So that 48 gig config is single rank versus dual 32, which is dual rank, which is much harder on the memory controller. So that's the reason why I'm able to show you guys 8,000 megatransfers DDR5, and it's super easy to do, but that's because I'm running single rank DIMMs 2x24. What are your thoughts on using the liquid metal between the IHS? Oh, you're talking like delidding? That's really a topic for extreme overclocking. Typically, if we're talking about building a gaming PC, that's kind of pointless, because you don't, like, the only time you would ever want to do delidding is if you were going for some kind of insane overclock. Oh, you're not delidding? You're talking about... I don't recommend it. I don't think it's necessary, to be honest. Like, what I will say is, if you want to optimize temperatures as best as possible, offset mounting is the best way. Offset mounting, like for example, Noctua has an offset mount kit for their coolers that basically shifts the position of where the cold plate mounts to the IHS, and they are able to drop the degrees, the average temperature down by like 4 degrees Celsius just by doing that. So that to me is more impactful than doing anything with liquid metal. I do not recommend using liquid metal unless you're doing delidding and extreme overclocking. It's not worth even bothering with liquid metal if you're just going to put it on top of the IHS. You post on the Discord the computer space as to why I picked a smaller form factor. Oh, okay. Yeah, so that's how... Okay, it's because you have the type of desk that you can't really fit the computer under the desk because it has the large drawers on the left and the right. Okay, I see. That makes sense. Yeah, but see... Okay, let me tell you something. That desk, that setup is perfect for 24-inch 1440p. 24-inch 1440p would be so perfect for that setup, because you don't have this massive amount of space. So why would you put a 27-inch monitor and then have your other two monitors taking up all that space when you could put a 24-inch monitor that's also 1440p, and you could potentially put three 24-inch 1440p monitors in a, you know what I'm saying? Like, you got the middle monitor, you got the right monitor, you got the left monitor. You know, like, man, 24-inch 1440 is definitely the way to go, especially when you're space constrained like that. The reason you got the X3D than the 7800 X3D was that came out a few months early. Yeah, I mean, the 7950 X3D is still the better chip overall. Like, let me put it this way, guys. If I could choose, like, if someone was going to give me the, like, here's the thing. It's a no-brainer. Like, if I could choose the 7950 X3D over the 7800 X3D, like, irrespective of cost, like, if I could just pick one of them to, like, have as a gift, hands down, I'll pick the Ryzen 9. I will 100% pick the Ryzen 9 9950 X3D, or the 7950 X3D in this case, because more cores, better, just straight up better multi-thread, better longevity. But, you know, like, not everybody needs that, but I'm of the opinion that that's the better CPU in the long run, just because it has much better multi-thread, and in the long run the multi-thread is going to matter because of the way apps are going wide in terms of execution. So yeah, no, like the fact that you got the 7950 X3D, I don't even think like the 7800 X3D. Now the thing is, you have a lot of options to upgrade. That's the nice thing about the AMD platform, is you have a lot of runway in terms of the future. Like, do you want to go away from X3D? Like, do you want to go to a 7950X, or a, well, not a 7950X, but a 9950X, like a Zen 5 CPU? Or do you want to skip that and wait for X3D? Do you want to go 9950 X3D, 9800 X3D? We don't know what AMD is going to do. Like, the other thing too is AMD now has Zen 5 and Zen 5C in mobile, so they could start bringing that kind of stuff as APUs to the desktop. And I feel like a 8, or like a 4 plus 8, or maybe even an 8 plus 16 or something, is not too far off from something like in the Zen 6 family, for example. So I mean, there's a lot of future-proofing just built into the platform. And that's the reason why I'm telling you guys, like, PCI Gen 5, people are like, oh, no one uses PCI Gen 5. Yeah, you say that now, or even last year, or even when Zen 4 came out back in 2022, it's like, oh, they had PCI Gen 5, and the motherboards were super expensive because it was PCI Gen 5. But that's because of all the early adopter taxes. You know what I'm talking about? So here we are in 2024. We have what? PCI Gen 5 SSDs on the market. PCI Gen 5 graphics cards are coming to the market. So this is what I mean. Like, if somebody bought AM5 back in 2022 or 2023, they have literally future-proofed themselves for like the whole Zen AM5 generation, while also having the benefit of all those forward-looking protocols and technologies like PCI Gen 5 signaling, the potential for USB 4, all this other stuff. Like, everything's there. Like, none of that's really going to change for the next 2 or more years. So, and then DDR5 as well. You invested into DDR5 early, and yeah, it was expensive back then, and the prices come way down. But DDR5 is going to get better and better and better, and with every CPU iteration and new CPU generation, the DDR5 compatibility gets even better. So it'll be interesting to see, you know, like Super Googly was talking about, like, is the Ace still good? Like the X670E Ace. The Ace is still top tier, and I don't see that board deviating from its top tier status for a long time, if ever, because like that thing is literally loaded from the bottom of the board, from the bottom PCIe slot all the way up the board. It's PCI Gen 5 literally everywhere, and it's like it's spewing out bandwidth. It's just got bandwidth all over the motherboard. So yeah, man, no, that thing's probably gonna last you the entire AM5 socket's lifespan. So we don't even know where DDR5 will top out in terms of like what's the upper speeds, because I'm aiming to overclock to like 9600. That's the new target speed that I'm going to be trying to overclock to. Now, regardless of whether or not you can actually run DDR5 at that speed, that's what I'm going to aim for. But that's going to probably require newer DIMMs. I don't know if it's going to require a newer motherboard, but it quite possibly might require X870 or X870E to hit those kind of DDR5 speeds. You just bought the Crucial T700 4GB. Man, I wish I had the 4 terabyte. I've got the 2 terabyte right here in the Aorus Master, but yeah. If I had to change your build, what would I change? Wow, but with the white aesthetic. Okay. So you want to keep it with that build. Okay, well the graphics card will stay the same, the RAM will stay the same. I would change. I would. Well, I personally, even though you showed your like the workspace where the PC is, I still think you can fit a standard ATX case, like a mini, or not a mini, a mid-sized tower on that desk. So I would not go with this. Like, this is what I would change. So I would remove. Can I even change this? Hold on. How do I can't edit this. Hold up. Is there a way for me to copy this? I can't change it. Oh, wait a minute. I can just remove this. Oh, wait, no. What is this? Oh, this is mine. Okay. So let's just put your stuff in here. Well, hold on. Is there a better option for the cooler? Yeah, that might be the cheapest dual fin. That's a dual stack. I guess that was the right case or the right cooler. Yeah, I can't find anything that's cheaper than that. And you're going for the white aesthetic. It's too bad Deepcool's banned because Deepcool had the silver one. I would not go with his motherboard personally. I would go with the. Well, you said it's a white build, but the thing is, what was that Tai Chi? Is Tai Chi light? Is it a gray color? Oh no, it was a black motherboard. Okay. Why are these not available? This one's not available either? Oh, this one is. 200? 260. Man, the price on that went up. B650. I know Gigabyte has one. This one. Yeah. There we go. I call this cookies and cream. Okay, get this cookies and cream one. This is 200. The Aorus Elite AX Ice. That's good. Well, actually, hold on. That is... I wonder if we can do less than that. That is cheaper than that Tai Chi Light. Maybe that is the best one. Okay, go with this one. See, it's still like 15. And then the team group. We need to change the RAM. Let's see, is there a 48 gigabyte kit 2x24 in white? No. Oh, right here. This. Oh, that's 52. You want 6,000? Crucial Pro. No, it's not the right color. Man, why are these all the wrong... Okay, you don't want the LEDs. This is not the right speed. We need to filter by speed. Yeah, there's some people watching the Olympics. It's pretty late over here right now, so there's probably not a whole lot of people watching right now. The challenge is finding, like, no RGB, but also compatible. Like, this is too tall. I'm not finding any good, You're not finding any good 24 gigabyte DIMMs. We're gonna have to probably go to 2x32 again. You wanted 64 gigs of RAM, right? What is up with the Corsair RAM being so expensive at such a low speed? Here. This is good. This is sub 200. This is G-Skill Ripjaws. Oh no, 5600. Man, why am I not seeing the speed thing? I can't figure out where the filter is for the speed. Oh, here it is. It's right in front of me. Hold on, just get rid of all this. 6,000. I thought I already filtered it by color. Why is it showing me? Okay. Oh, there we go. Is that the same RAM that you chose? What is the difference? This is Hynix. Just get this. 64 gigs. Yeah, get this. There. Crucial P3 Plus. Yeah, that's good. That's a very good price. XFX GRE. This is... Oh, wait. This is the stuff that I put in. Hold on. Yeah, we'll just leave it like that, because it's still 1,500. The storage device, we just get a 2 terabyte. Just get a 2 terabyte P3 Plus. Or actually, that's 112. What was the other one, guys? The SN770? This is faster. Oh, this doesn't have the cache, though. Man, what was the P3 Plus is good, but it's not the fastest. TN470. Is this too much? That's 141, that's more. Guys, what's a good sub $150 or what's a good sub $140 2 terabyte SSD that's Gen 4? There was one that somebody mentioned earlier. Because the only thing that I can think of is P3 Plus, 2 terabyte. But this is not the fastest. This is only like 5,400. Crucial T500 does that have the cache? 132. I guess is this maxing out Gen 4? Does this max out Gen 4? This is what 132, 980 Pro. 980 Pro is just stupid expensive. It isn't even that good, to be honest. Like, no. I mean, it's good, but it's like, why? It's so expensive. They're all using pretty much similar flash. Like, the thing is, you want to spend the least amount of money as possible for the SSD, but while also trying to maximize the Gen 4 speed. Because remember, this motherboard has a Gen 5 slot, but we're trying to save money. The thing with Samsung is it's not the most price competitive. There's nothing wrong with Samsung. I'm just saying, like, Samsung... The thing with Samsung is too many people only know the name Samsung. They don't know that there's so many better, more price competitive options that are of equal quality in terms of the flash, the write cycles, read cycles, etc. So, like, for example, Crucial typically is better than Samsung, just straight up, but it depends on the SKU, right? Because, like, the P3 Plus is cheap, but it's not the fastest. So, I don't know, like, it's hard to say. And then also, like, Micro Center, Inland is, like, insanely good value. They've got the Marvell controllers in there. Like, they're super good. My 7950X3D PC only has Inland SSDs in it. Like, it's got 4 different Inland SSDs. It has a Gen 5, a Gen 4, and 2 Gen 3s. And 1 Gen 3 is dirt cheap. The Kingston Renegade Fury. But yeah, that's probably going to be expensive. Renegade Fury, like, that's too expensive. Like, look at the price. That's 8 cents per gig. Like, why? See, it's like, it does 7,400. Okay, I mean, that's good, but that's not the objective here. Because if we were trying to get speed, like, if we were going for speed we would be looking at a T700. We wouldn't even be looking at the other brands. We'd be looking at Crucial. Like, if we only cared about the speed of the SSD and money was not an option, or money was not a limitation, we'd be going with this. We'd be going with a 4 terabyte Crucial T700. This is a 4 terabyte Gen 5 SSD. But no, we're not gonna, that's like $300 something. So that's why I'm trying to find the right balance. I'm thinking like TN 470 for 142. I really want to try to spend less than 130. Like, sub 130 I think is the best value. So that's why I'm thinking like P3 Plus is like super hard to beat. Because it's 112. This is 112 for the 2 terabyte. It's the closest to $100 that I can find that is a reliable SSD that has the good flash controller, but it's not the fastest though. That's the only thing. It's like 5400, and you know, Gen 4 is like 7000 is the maximum. So it's not even hitting maximum, but you know, it's cheap, so whatever, we'll go with that. All right, Merc. Oh no, we gotta remove this. You were gonna go with a white build, so it would have been the. It would have been the. It's either gonna be the Steel Legend or the Sapphire Pure. Honestly, Sapphire Pure is probably better, so we're probably gonna go with that. Yeah, that's good. And then you were going with a white case. So do we need to also put a white power supply? MSI mag. Thermal take. The only thing I don't like about thermal take is I don't like how their grill is too restrictive for the fan. The Lian Li is better in that regard. These are good prices, actually. These are like... Especially because it's a white color. It's usually more Game Max. I've never heard of Game Max. Gigabyte UDGMP. This is like the revised version. This is the one that doesn't catch fire anymore. Corsair Shift RM. Probably this. Yeah, I guess this one. 124. That's like a good price. Yeah, that one. What's the difference between the 850E and 850X? Isn't that like a Corsair thing? It's a Corsair thing. I don't know. I think one of them is a newer revision or something. Yeah, this is fine. The Corsair, that's good. I have the black version of this, so I can say this is a good power supply. In fact, this is the power supply that I'm using for the Ryzen 9000 review. Like, this is gonna be what's in most of the test systems. The case. Where's the color? Do they even have that? Oh. I don't like the aquariums. No aquariums. These are gimmicky cases, the height cases. Some people like them, I don't like them. I don't like cases that have the vertical mount GPU. Those are gonna have problems with the riser cables. They have a hard time hitting Gen 4 properly, so it ends up either dropping to X8 or it just runs a Gen 3. Corsair 3000 Airflow, no. This is interesting. What is this? I've never heard of this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it's got your standard mid-tower 7 slots. It doesn't have 8. It's not super big. It can fit. This can probably fit everything. Just looking at it. That's wide enough to fit the air cooler. That's gonna be able to fit the GPU. It's mesh. The back side doesn't have glass. That's good. That's a good thing. That's not a bad thing. That's a good thing. That doesn't have glass on this side. Okay, it supports 2, 3.5, and or 2, yeah, and 2.5. Man, someone's mentioning HDX NZXT H5 flow. Is this good? Oh, this one has a decent looking mesh pattern on the front. Yeah, this one looks. How wide is this? Is this wide enough to fit that? It probably is fine. It looks like a 120. The main thing with this one, though, is you want to make sure that it can fit that thermal right in there. The Z, is it the Z height of the cooler, the air cooler for that NZXT? That's a good price, though. It's sub $100. Yeah, I guess this one. Or maybe, well, see, if it was up to me, like if it was me, the immediate one that I want to search is this one. Oh, it's not going to show up because we went with, what did we do? Oh, I went with, yeah, we filtered it out. What does Leanne Lee have? Leanne Lee's good, actually. But I don't know if they, oh, wait a minute. There's this. That looks cool. See, this looks like it has all the right space. This has good airflow. It has the gimmick. It comes with the gimmick. I'm leaning toward this. I mean, it's also sub 100. I actually kind of think the Leanne Lee Landcool 216 RGB is probably what I would go with for this specific build. 1700. Now all we gotta do is tack on that monitor. What was it again? It was 1440p, 24-inch. Yeah. Wait a minute. Oh no, it was 1440, not this. Yeah, this monitor. Yeah, this is 165 hertz, sub $300, IPS, 24-inch. Yeah. There. 1976. A white monitor with white cables is gonna be. Oh, that's right. Were we supposed to find a white monitor? I didn't even think of that. I didn't even think of that. Okay, hold on, hold on. The what? The Zowie XL Superior? It's not showing up. It's because I filtered out the oh wait, no filter by resolution. No, I have the screen size all the way up. Zowie, that's not showing up. XL Superior? It's not showing up for some reason. I just think no, you want to go 14, you want to go 24-inch 1440p. Like that is like hands down the best size. Zowie X, is it Zowie XI? That doesn't even show up at all. Like, the brand doesn't show up on here. I guess they don't have it. They don't know what this is. Yeah, it's not on the list. I still think this is the best one. Like, at that price point, that's the best one. 165 hertz, FreeSync, 1440, 24-inch. Oh, is that why? No, I don't think I filtered it by color. Thermal right, frozen, prism, 241. I don't think that's as good as this though. I think this is better than a 240 radiator. Okay, here's the thing. For those that don't know, like the breaking point for air coolers, or like the cutoff point for air coolers scale in terms of performance up to like a 280 millimeter rad. So this Thermal Right Pureless Assassin is going to rival a 280 millimeter radiator, liquid cool AIO. So the only way I would consider switching from air to liquid is we have to go up to a 360 millimeter radiator. That is the minimum AIO size that I would consider to go beyond air cooling. Otherwise, oh, I got logged out of the game due to inactivity. Oh well, whatever, that's fine. Whatever. Okay, so the cutoff point for air coolers is like if you want to go to like a 360 millimeter radiator or a 420 millimeter radiator AIO, and then obviously beyond that you're talking custom loop. So yeah, I wouldn't really consider a 240 millimeter radiator. I don't think that's better than this. It's actually a little bit worse because air coolers have gotten so good in the last 5 years that they easily outperform most 240 millimeter radiators. The only way of 240 millimeter radiator, let's put it this way. If you noise normalize this air cooler and a 240 millimeter radiator, the air cooler will win. The air cooler will straight up destroy a 240 millimeter radiator, because the only way a 240 millimeter radiator can beat or equal an air cooler is in a non-noise normalized scenario where the fans on the AIO are running at like 2,000 RPM versus this thing running at 1,500 RPM. That's the only way a 240 can win against an air cooler. So it's better. The air cooler is better. Gamers Nexus did a review and he was blown away. It's way better than the air cooler. The what? You're talking about, what are we talking about? Yeah, but the thing is, so you're saying that Gamers Nexus said that the air cooler is better or the liquid cooler is better? Because the only way the liquid cooler is going to be better is if it's louder. That's what I'm trying to tell you guys. The only way the liquid cooler is going to be better, the only way that AIO is going to be better is if it's louder. So if you care about noise and you want the computer to be quiet, the air cooler is still better. Are you sure about that? What was the RPM on the fan? Regardless, the air cooler is still going to be what I consider. Like, the only time I'm ever going to go to a liquid cooler is if it has to be like a 360 or a 420. 1,500 RPM. Are you sure? Because I have a feeling there's an error in this, what you're saying. Like, the only way a 240 is going to be better. It also depends on the size of the 240 too. Like, we haven't discussed how large or how thick the radiator is. It has these fans. What is the name of this? What was this thing again? Frozen Prism 240. These are 1850 RPM fans though. These aren't 1500 RPM. You do realize that, right? $1850 RPM. And also, the other thing is, what's the thickness? And that looks like standard. That's standard thickness. Reviewed the Prism 240. You only found the 360 review? These are 1850 RPM. Hold on, what's the 360? The 360 is also... I think they're the same fans. It's the 1850 RPM. The Prism. This is the triple. Man, these have gotten so cheap, though. Like, this is really $65. See, like, this right here... This one right here is a 360. Now, are you sure we're talking a 240 or are we talking 360? Marcelo is saying that Gamers Nexus reviewed the 360 millimeter radiator. That's different. So, either way, I still think for the X3D, regardless, I would still go with this. And there's a lot of reasons why. One, no worrying about leaks. Two, you don't have to worry about the pump becoming louder over the years because of permeation of the liquid. So it's, yeah, air is just so much lower maintenance, lower anxiety. And in this case, it's 7800 X3. You don't need a liquid cooler. I mean, you can run a 360 on here. Air coolers are more durable. Yeah, they are like way more durable. So yeah, I still recommend this. This is what I would go with personally. So, yeah, but what, so was that video the 240 or was it the 360? So anyway, it doesn't really matter. I still recommend the air cooler because the lower maintenance, better peace of mind, no worrying about leaks. I mean, there's like nothing, you don't have to worry about anything. Like, you know what I'm saying? No pump whine, because pump whine, even if it, so here's the thing that people don't realize, like when we were talking about noise earlier, irrespective of the results, even if the air cooler is idling, if the PC's idling, and the liquid cooler is also idling, so the difference is an AIO will always have a slight hum. There'll be like a higher frequency hum coming from the pump in the AIO. You don't hear that with an air cooler because it doesn't have that. There's no impeller submerged underwater 24/7. So even at low load, idle load, the air cooler is still going to be quieter than the AIO. So yeah, there's so many reasons why I recommend the air cooler. It's very, very rare that you'll ever see me recommend an AIO. The only time I would probably consider an AIO is if I was running either a threadripper or an Intel CPU that was high wattage. You know, then we would look at running an AIO. But if it's not, and this is just a basic gaming PC, it's low maintenance, you know, you don't really need any of that stuff. So yeah, no, I think the air cooler is definitely the way to go. This is what I would recommend. And so we hit the price point. The original price was $2,200 with tax. This is going to be like really close to $2,200. But yeah, that includes a 1440p 165 hertz 24-inch monitor. So yeah, I think this is a pretty solid build. 64 gigs of RAM that can do 6000 CL34. The one thing about this RAM, what was the voltage? 1.3 volts 1.3 volts. That is not bad. That's not 1.35. That's 1.3. That's very nice. So yeah, this is it. Here is the... We'll put this in there if you want to copy this. I put that in the chat. This is a solid build. And it's got a lot of RAM too. 64 gigs of RAM. 2 terabyte SSD. The best value for money 1440p GPU right now. A full mid-tower case. Full mid-tower case too. Which is under $100. 850 watt power supply, gold certified, 80 plus gold. Yeah, I'm surprised with the monitor too. Like that fell right in there. So yeah, this is probably what I would say. That'd be it. That's what I would recommend. No RGB on the memory, so if you want to put the computer to sleep and it's in your bedroom, it's not going to drive you crazy because the lights are going to actually turn off on the RAM. So, well, he was just saying, so, okay, that is the catcher. Osby was paying attention. So, this is an excellent build. However, we are literally like less than 2 weeks away from the 9700X. Yeah, I know it got delayed by 1 week. So for those that don't know, the Ryzen 9000 CPUs were delayed depending on the SKU. So if you're looking for the Ryzen 5 or the Ryzen 7, so in this case, the potential replacement to this CPU or the other option for instead of the CPU would be a Ryzen 7 9700X. That CPU is coming out on August 8th. So it's like a week and a half away at this point of waiting. So we will, I mean, you can wait and see. The new motherboards are coming out a little bit later. I don't know if the new motherboards are coming out in August, Osby. For some weird reason, I've done a video about it. They're probably coming out later. And then the Ryzen 9s are coming out 2 weeks from now. It's like 2.5 weeks from now. So, yeah. Basically, this build would apply exactly the same for the Zen 5 CPUs. The only difference is you'd swap the CPU. But yeah, this would be the build, and then the CPU would be what you would change if you wanted to go with a Zen 5 CPU. PC just for gaming, 7,000 is fine. Yeah, but the thing is, the thing Marcelo that we haven't seen yet or we're not aware of is what is the difference between the power consumption of a 7800X 3D versus a 9700X. Because the 9700X is probably going to use less power than the 7800X 3D because the default TDP is 65 watts. And it's probably going to be a little bit slower at stock in a lot of games, but it's going to be faster in everything else. In fact, in some games, the 9700X will still be faster than the 7800X 3D. So games that are benefiting more from frequency will probably be faster on a 9700X. That's what I expect to see, at least. With that being said, you also have the option to overclock the 9700X. You can't really do that with a 7800X3D because it is an X3D part, so the voltage is locked down. You can't change that. You can only do a few things, like you can use curve optimizer, you can use load line calibration, but not everybody wants to do that. And all it's doing is really varying the curve offset, so you're very limited in overclocking when it comes to X3. Whereas with the 9700X, that won't be a problem. So we'll be able to do adaptive voltage offsets. We'll be able to do curve optimizer, curve shaper will also be available. So there'll be more interesting stuff to do from a feature standpoint when it comes to overclocking and tweaking with a 9700X versus the 7800X 3D. So yeah, I definitely am looking forward to seeing what you can do with these new Zen 5 CPUs. I think they're going to be interesting to play around with. The DDR5, we still don't know exactly how the DDR5 has changed and how it interacts with Zen 5. Is memory training better? Is 4 sticks of memory better? You know, there's lots of different questions that remain to be answered until these CPUs launch. So that's why I kind of recommend waiting. At this point, I recommend waiting, but I think at this point everybody is waiting. So this is just kind of gathering all the parts, or just listing out all the parts to prepare. And then, you know, once launch day comes around, or once the reviews start going out, I'll definitely be making my own review, but I don't get review samples. So I'm going to have to go out and buy the CPU on launch day like everyone else. But rest assured, I will be doing my own review. We're going to make lots of videos. We're going to do overclocking videos. We're going to be doing RAM DDR5 overclocking on this channel, motherboard videos, all that kind of stuff. So there's going to be a lot of content that's lined up for August and going into September on this channel for computer hardware. Yeah, it's definitely worth waiting. It's not appearing. I think just change the URL. No, put this. No, just type this. Type this up in your browser. Just put this in the browser and it should go to it. There will be new. So the thing is, though, Osby, you got to remember that the new Expo is going to be on newer RAM. So, like, for example, if somebody bought RAM last year or now, if it's not the newer Expo profile, it's not the RAM that's advertised to go with Zen 5. Now, that doesn't mean that this RAM won't work with Zen 5. Obviously, it will. But if we're talking, like, Expo profiles that exceed 6,000, like, for example, Expo 8,000, or even higher, or somewhere in between, that's the kind of thing that we would see on newer memory kits. So anyway, guys, that's going to be it for this live stream. It was interesting. I think there was a lot of interaction from the chat, so I think this was one of the better ones, even though this one was not really planned. But that's going to be it. So that's kind of the process. If you're new to PC building, you basically choose the parts. You want to be familiar with the different parts. The different brands also help. And then the color scheme is kind of like the last thing that you would look at if you're doing a white build versus a gray or a gunmetal gray or a black build or whatever. So anyway, that's going to be it. I will catch you guys next time. We will be streaming again on Thursdays like we always do. So the next episode of Tech Thursdays. I'm not sure what we're going to talk about because we were supposed to talk about the Zen 5 launch, but that got postponed by a week. So it may just be a bunch of drawing motherboard diagrams or answering viewer questions on PC parts again. So anyway, that being said, good night, everybody. We will see you guys Thursday. Until then, take care, and I'll see you guys next time. Thanks.